Good morning. Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, regular Board of County Commissioners meeting will now be called to order. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of our armed forces. We'll then have the invocation by none other than our Supervisor of Elections, Leslie Swan, and our County Attorney, Jennifer Schuler, will lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with thankful hearts for the blessing of living in this wonderful community and for the privilege of serving the people of our county. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as these commissioners consider the matters that impact our community. We acknowledge that our perspectives may differ and that the topics before us may be difficult. Grant each person here patience and humility. Give us listening hearts and discerning minds. Through clarity of thought, fairness of judgment, and a spirit of collaboration, may their decisions honor the trust placed in them by the people they represent. Bless our county, its residents, and all those who work each day to make Indian River County a better, safer, and stronger place to live. May our decisions today be respectful and productive, and may the outcome of this meeting serve the common good. Bless our first responders and those serving in the military who keep our community and our country safe. We ask these things in your holy name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. At this time, are there any additions, deletions to the agenda? Staff has requested that the battalion chief's agreement be placed on the agenda, and I would assume that we would like to put that over County Administrator.
12A, Mr. Chairman.
12A. Thank you. Is there anything else?
Move to approve as amended.
We have a motion by Commissioner Moore, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Anything further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. With that, next item is proclamations. We have a proclamation for 201 September as Suicide Awareness Month. It's a proclamation that we truly wish we did not have to deliver, but talking about it gets resolution, gets the help where it's needed. So we do need to talk about it.
On behalf of 201, I just
By
wanted
way of
to say thank you.
proclamation. Allow me to deliver the
Yes.
proclamation, and we most certainly look forward to some presentation. Thank you. The proclamation is as follows. 211 proclaims September as Suicide Awareness Month. Whereas it is recognized that suicide deaths have been on the increase in communities across the nation and throughout Florida. Whereas last year, our dedicated and highly trained staff responded to nearly 120,000 requests for help throughout the five-county area. And of these, close to 48,000 people expressed mental health and substance use concerns, with close to 4,000 people requesting help with suicide crisis. Whereas the lingering health and economic challenges and the continuing housing crisis have taken their toll on the mental health and the increases of suicidal ideation and deaths, and substance use, household violence, food insecurity, and more. Whereas There is a call for public health response to increase suicide intervention and prevention efforts and increase community level of efforts and strategies. Whereas 211 is the central access point providing individuals and families further guidance and their crisis support via telephone, text, chat, email, and any time, day of night. And it serves as the regional responder for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Whereas 211's highly trained and caring staff work 24 hours a day, saving lives, de-escalating and stabilizing the people in mental health or suicide crisis, and guiding people through the struggling with substance use and disorder to connect with the help that they need. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that we urge all citizens to be aware of the only telephone number they need to access information for more than 1,600 agency providers with wide-ranging programs and services throughout our area, including food assistance, mental health care, health clinics, growth and development screenings, special needs resources, crisis intervention for elders, daily check-ins and calls for isolated citizens, caregivers support, and veteran services, and more. This is duly adopted the 23rd day of September, 2025, and signed by all 5 county commissioners. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of 211 to thank you all for your continued support of our mission. We will continue to provide the much-needed services to Indian River County. Thank you.
So you have a tremendous call for service, and we're handling all of these counties. Is there a call for volunteers to work the phones and to work with the program?
We do have some volunteers, but the people who work the phones are trained and paid. But, you know, we do use volunteers. The board is very active and pursuing fundraising and anything to help the 211.
Well, I could ask what the telephone number would be if somebody wanted to volunteer, but I guess they can utilize 211.
Absolutely, that's it.
Well, thank you for all you do.
All right, thank you all. Where'd I go?
I have to give it to somebody, right? You're doing fine. Thank you. Thank you. That's yours. Next, we'll have a presentation of proclamation and recognition of Fire Prevention Week, October, for 5 through 11. And we will have none other than former Captain, Commissioner Joe Airman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, it's my pleasure to read this. Every year in October has always been a big time for the fire department and fire prevention, between going to schools and doing fire prevention tours and answering fire prevention questions. It's always a busy month between that and Christmas time with Christmas trees, so that'll start again also. But it's my pleasure to read this proclamation on behalf of Indian River County Fire Rescue and the Fire Prevention Division of the organization. This is a proclamation in recognition of Fire Prevention Week, October 5th through the 11th, 2025. Whereas Indian River County Board of County Commissioners is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Indian River County. And whereas fire remains a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and the presence of lithium-ion batteries in many household devices introduces fire risk. And whereas Most of the electronics used in homes daily include smartphone, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, e-scooters, and toys are powered by lithium-ion batteries, which if misused, damaged, or improperly charged, can overheat, start a fire, or explode. And whereas residents should follow 3 key calls to action: buy only listed products, charge batteries safely, and recycle them responsibly to prevent battery-related fires. And whereas the proper disposal and recycling of lithium-ion batteries help prevent environmental hazards and reduce fire risk in the home and community. And whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Week theme, Charge into Fire Safety, Lithium-Ion Batteries in Your Home, serves to remind us of the importance of using charging and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in homes and communities. Now, therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Any River County, Florida, we hereby proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2025, as Fire Prevention Week throughout the state. And we urge all people in Any River County to make sure their homes have working smoke alarms and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Any River County Fire Rescue. Adopted 23rd day of September, 2025, and signed by all 5 county commissioners. And again, I want to personally thank, I know each of you, some of you much better than others, some of us have been together a very long time, but I appreciate everything y'all do every day, and the community does also, so thanks for all you do. Richard.
Good morning, County Commissioners, County Administrator, and County Attorney. On behalf of Inter County Fire Rescue Fire Prevention Bureau and Director Johnson, I would like to extend our sincere thanks and appreciation to the County Commissioners for issuing this proclamation recognizing Fire Prevention Week. Your continued support plays a vital role in helping us raise awareness about fire safety and prevention through our community. This proclamation not only highlights the importance of public education and preparedness, but also strengthens our efforts to protect lives and property. We are grateful for your partnership and commitment to the safety of the well-being of our residents, and thank you again for standing with us and promoting fire prevention and readiness. Thank you. I do want to add a couple quick things. You're talking about, to the proclamation, charging. You always want to charge on a hard surface. When the item is fully charged, you should remove it from the plug, because it could cause a fire. One of the big things is use UL listed, ETL listed, or CSA listed. So when you buy a device that has lithium batteries, do a little research and see where the batteries are been tested to make sure they're safe. Sometimes you'll get some batteries in there that aren't tested to a representative lab, and that can cause a fire hazard. And recycling is important on those. There's a website you can go to. It's calltocycle.org, and it'll tell you a safe place to take your lithium batteries for disposal. We have seen an upkick in lithium battery fires in our community, so we really want to promote the safety charging, buying safe batteries, and disposing them safely. Once again, thank you on behalf of the fire department and Director Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mitch, you're one of the tall ones. Thank you. She's quick. Next item is a proclamation in regards to Hunger Action Month. And this will be presented by Vice Chairman Law.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's an honor and a pleasure to proclaim and recognizing Hunger Action Month. Thank you. Welcome. Whereas hunger and poverty remain issues of grave concern in the United States and the state of Florida and of the Treasure Coast, with 250,000 children, adults, seniors, and veterans experiencing food insecurity on a weekly basis. Whereas Indian River County is committed to taking steps to raise awareness about the need of hunger in every part of the county and provide additional resources that the citizens of Indian River County need. And whereas Indian River County is committed to working with the Treasure Coast Food Bank and mobilizing people about the role of importance of food banks and other hunger relief organizations in assessing hunger and bringing attention to the need to devote more resources and attention to our hunger issues. Whereas food banks and hunger relief organizations across the country, including the Treasure Coast Food Bank, coordinated Hunger Action Day on September 9th, 2025, and will continue to host numerous events throughout the month of September to shed light on this important issue and encourage involvement in efforts to end hunger in our local community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that September 2025 is recognized as Hunger Action Month in Indian River County, inspiring our citizens to come together, raise their voices, and stand united against hunger. Adopted, Mr. Chair, this 23rd day of September and signed by all 5 county commissioners. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, and my name is Karen Aiello on behalf of Treasure Coast Food Bank. And we just wanted to say thank you on behalf of our president and CEO, Judy Cruz, the dedicated staff, volunteers, partners, and the board of directors, and thank you for proclaiming September as Hunger Action Month. Treasure Coast Food Bank provides millions of meals to our neighbors facing food insecurity each year through partnerships with 300+ agency partners, strong collaborations, and a full roster of direct service programs in Indian River, St. Lucie, Martin, and Okeechobee counties. Together with our community, we are not only working to solve the immediate problem of hunger, but we are building solutions to create a stronger and more resilient Treasure Coast for generations to come. As part of our month-long campaign, Treasure Coast Food Bank hosted our Outrun Hunger this past weekend. We have also been doing a month-long campaign called Light Up Orange, as orange is the color of hunger relief and represents encouragement and determination. And for more information on ways to get involved, please visit our website at stophunger.org. Thank you again for your continued support. Hunger doesn't stand a chance when our community comes together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good deal.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Well, that concludes proclamations, but I believe we have a presentation by Calvin, and I think he brought Ben with him. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Ehrman. I'm the Vice President of Tourism and Marketing with Visit Indian River County, the official tourism office for all of Visit Indian River County. And this is Krista Hoyt, our Tourism Communications Manager, and our Visit Indian River County mascot, Calvin. So a few weeks ago, Krista and I attended the Governor's Conference on Tourism presented by Visit Florida. The governor was actually in attendance this year. And there was, part of it was an awards ceremony. And this time last year that I was here, Visit Indian River County took home first place in website design and then best of show overall in marketing. And then this year we were awarded 2 more awards. First place for specialty marketing, for our Possum Trips to Indian River County campaign, And then second place in television advertising. And I do want to show you those because these campaigns were not seen locally unless you do follow us on social media. So make sure you're following us at Visit Indian River. And then you can always make sure that you're seeing Calvin's content. But I want to show you these and how they performed and why we won. It explains to you kind of why we won. When we submit these, we don't know, if we're going to win. We don't know what place we're going to get. We are just submitting all the material that we did for the campaign, so I'm going to give you a kind of quick high-level overview here. So when we submit, we have to create a whole deck and slide and results and kind of how we planned everything. So we are always, in tourism, you're always seeking new ways to do things. And so one of those, we found that people are traveling with their pets. People do not leave their pets. And what better way to do a campaign than to do a dog selfie campaign? So we talked about, and pinpointed that booming pet market that we have, how people are traveling with their pets, how more and more places now are becoming pet-friendly. So we did different sort of tactics. One of those was taking Amazon's party purchase data. So people that would purchase dog products or dog toys, dog food or whatnot within Amazon, then we would then serve them an ad about Indian River County featuring Calvin. And then all on top of the different ads and things that we did, that included a full-length television-style series video, Places for Pause, which then was edited down into 30 or 50-second commercials for Meta, television, connected TV, whatever the case may be, social media type ads, new pet stickers, and that is actually Calvin in those stickers created as an animated form. So those are pictures of him from the campaign and created in that style. And then in our guide this year, we devoted a full page to traveling with your pet and what kind of tips that you should do, where they're allowed, where they're not allowed, safety to travel with your pet. Here's some example of the ads that were run on Indian River County. I do want to point out that the first one with him and I performed the best. So just saying. And then we'd have to talk about results, right? Because they want to know how it performed. It can be really great, it can look really good, but then they want to know how it performed. So you'll see here that it performed extremely well. 6,000 in pet-friendly landing page, so on our website, a 6,000% increase to that blog page. And I will say, Krista writes all of our blogs, designs all of them. Krista runs all of our social media. She's phenomenal. 6.87 click-through rate on the video, so they've watched that video and now they've clicked through it into our website. The dog selfie carousel exceeded the benchmark by 226%. So the ads that ran with him taking selfies, as you can see down there, performed the best. And he really did. I mean, there's no staging in that at all. I mean, I put the sunglasses on him, Krista held his hand, took the photo, that was it. And we took him to all different kind of iconic places. The Halloween ad we did, we went up to Fellsmere and did different advertisement up there. We did a Christmas ad, we did a Valentine's Day ad, all kinds of stuff. So that's Calvin. And then our next one was television advertisement. So with this is last year's commercial. When I was here, I showed you our new commercial, Why Indian River County. This commercial we run for is our This Is commercial. And we started to use this to elevate our brand, our awareness, show people that is a relaxed lifestyle. It's an ideal getaway. And it was launched during National Travel Week of May 2024. And our newest one, Why, was launched in National Travel and Tourism Week of May 2025. This commercial is called This Is Indian River County. Our newest commercial is called Why Indian River County. So you put the two campaigns together, it's called This Is Why Indian River County. And then how did we implement that with a creative branding approach, high-style video, using different locations that are not just your beach, highlighting all those places to go within Indian River County. Verola Media, Nick Verola completed this for us, and she's phenomenal at his work. And then the results for this, obviously mobile was the biggest, so when we delivered this campaign, and TV advertisement across mobile. We saw 83% of all responses came from there. And then during its run, it had a 98.77 completion rate, which means people completely watched it all the way through. And when we did this commercial, we obviously have it in different formats. We have a 15-second, 30-second, a 90-second, voiceover, without voiceover. We do it in vertical, all kinds of different versions depending on where it's running. And then here, I want to show you the full-length commercial. Oh, I think you might have to click on it, Kim, for me. No? No, maybe not. Oh, I do. Oh, sorry.
Let Calvin do it.
Yeah, he'll probably get it right. No? On the image, if you click on the image, it should come up with a video. No? Okay. That's okay. I did show it to you last year, so if you remember it from last year. And it is on our website. That video is also broken up into different formats within on our website as well. So again, this year we received first place for that pet-friendly campaign, and then second place in television advertising. And I will say television advertising is huge. That's places like Miami, Amelia Island, Space Coast, Daytona, all of those areas. So between Krista and I, we've been here 2 years and 5 months. And with our guide, actually last year, we won with the Florida Association of Chamber Professionals. So underneath Krista and I, in 2 years and 5 months, we have 5 awards. And the first time for Visit River County. So and thanks to this one, we have another first place. So we're very proud of what we do. If it weren't for us, people wouldn't be coming here. Tourism is extremely important. It helps to support your local businesses. People are not just coming to the beaches, they're coming all over. And if it weren't for what we do, you wouldn't have places to be able to go or places to visit, because us as locals, our favorite restaurants would be closed because they rely on tourism. So it's important that we have it. It's important that people support it, and people are seeing us. We go to these conferences now, and they're like, "Oh, you're the Visit Indian River team," or "How's Calvin?" I mean, people know who he is now, so that's a pretty big deal. We were at a conference in May, and it was his birthday in May, and I had gotten up and we presented, and I said, our mascot today is his birthday, and I'm missing it. And the whole conference said Calvin, and they all sang happy birthday to him. So that means that people are seeing our ads, they're noticing who we are.
Connection.
Visit Indian River County has become much larger. It's a large thing that we do. It's a lot that we do for 2 people, and it's important to recognize what we do. So it is being recognized, and we're just proud of the work that we do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we do have stickers for all of you, so you do get
You
the
mentioned the
Calvin
stickers.
Yes.
At the tourism presentation, you bestowed me with a sticker. I placed it on the vehicle, and you'd be amazed at how many people want to see my dog. But my dog, they won't see.
No.
He's not a visiting type, he's not a touring type, he's a homebody.
Okay.
But they all want to see Calvin.
Yes.
So the sticker works, a little 2.5 by 2.5. It's
Yep.
not bold, but it gets the eye. Really appreciate it. Was this Calvin's idea, or?
No, it was, so we created this long-form Places for Pause video in our Uncovering Indian River series, and that was in February of 2024. And that was a video of Calvin and I going to different pet-friendly places, and we did it in television style, so it was a full 20-minute video. And that video was so successful that we said, well, let's break this down into smaller pieces and highlight even more areas, do even more photos. We just kind of grew it from one thing. It just kind of grows and grows and grows. And we're still working on new stuff, this year coming up. So the stickers are for sale too. So we do have them at the chamber office. They're on our website. Visit Indian River County has a full merchandise store now as well that we'll be adding more to. So they are for sale and available. So everybody can have a Calvin sticker.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody should have a Calvin sticker. Thank you so much. We
Thanks.
appreciate it, and you make a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get any credit for getting Calvin ready to come here today.
Well,
Giving him his bath, combing him, making him look good.
You
He
all
did.
that?
Yeah.
yeah, he did.
Royalties.
I was gonna ask if Calvin, has this gone to his head, like any star, or is
I
he
don't think
still
so.
just the same
I
down
mean,
to earth?
yeah, I mean, he's
How
like,
humble he is.
and he
Down to
knows
earth
when he's
Calvin.
taking pictures, like when we take pictures and when Krista's around, he will put out his hand to her and it's just like, okay, ready, you can take my picture now, so, yeah, yeah. And he's been in shows, I mean, I do a lot of theater as well, so he was been in 2 stage productions as well, so, he's a superstar.
Would Calvin like a picture here before the commission?
Sure, yeah, we'll get his picture, so, yeah, so thank
You
you
could
all
actually
very
put
much.
him up somewhere.
Well, he's a little heavy,
Don't tell him that.
I know.
A little overfeeding, huh? I don't know how we're gonna get Calvin in the shot. You wanna bring Calvin up here
Thank you.
this week? Look at that.
Yeah.
Whatever you wanna.
No pressure, Calvin.
Thank you, team. I got one for the other side of the car. All right.
What is that, a Labrador?
Well, we have no minutes to approve or informational items, but this is the time if we wish to have public comment, if anyone wants to speak on anything on the agenda, with the exception of the public hearings. Now's your opportunity if you don't feel you're going to be here later on. Otherwise, please stay. We enjoy your company.
Yes, ma'am, do you have a question?
Yes, are you allowed to speak on anything on the agenda at all, or do we have to wait for another time?
You can speak on any item that's on the agenda now if you don't anticipate being here later. Otherwise, you have an opportunity during the actual agenda item to be able to speak upon it, with the exception of public hearings. Having given ample opportunity and seeing none, we'll move forward to the consent agenda. And I would like to pull and discuss item 9A alpha. Is there anything else on the agenda that anyone wishes to pull for further discussion?
Move approve was it?
Second. Bless you. We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 9A alpha was approval of changes for the procurement policies and procedures manual. I discussed that with the county administrator, and there is a change in authority and obligation, and I think ultimately the authority falls within the county administrator. So I'd like to see if we could add one more sentence to that, that the county administrator will be notified within 1 to 3 days. This way you have an opportunity to make any adjustments, changes, callback, or you are ultimately notified of any inaction that this county is taking. Because the level increases to $100,000 authority to the Office of Management and Budget. And I believe that if that's the case, that you should be ultimately accountable, responsible, and have the authority. That's a sidebar. They're allowed. We can.
Yeah, so staff's not opposed to the within 3 days notice of, or 3 days notice of the purchase of notifying the county administrator.
Thank you. So we'll add that verbiage to that, the addition.
Where do you want that added in?
And duly, when it says right before, it gives the county administrator the authority on the
Yeah.
$200,000 that the Office of Management Budget will have the authority, and the county administrator will be notified within 3 days.
Would that be appropriate for section 2.4, capital item purchases? You see the last sentence, request for unbudgeted capital up to $100,000 must be accompanied by written approval of the budget director, and purchase over $100,000 of the administrator, but then also you could say those other purchases, unbudgeted capital would be notify the county administrator within 3 business days.
That's correct, sir.
So after written approval of the budget director, before the comma and include notification to county administrator within 1 to 3 business days?
Up to 3 business days, that works.
Is that where it would be inserted? I just want to be clear. Because it already requires written approval of the county administrator.
Purchases over $100,000.
Over $100,000.
Right.
And it's no reflection to our purchasing agent or the Office of Management and Budget. I just felt compelled because the ultimate authority falls within the hands of the county administrator, and you'll ultimately be held accountable.
So you just want to clarify that all
Yes.
purchases, whether up to or over, are notified?
That's right. They'll have a little tickler on each action and say, call John. Let him know.
Sure.
Just want it on record that the county administrator will be notified. Communication's important. Transparency is important.
Yeah. So the addition would be within 3 days of the purchase, notice will be provided to the county administrator within 3, will be provided to the county administrator.
Yes.
Okay.
We can just add that sentence at the end. Perfect.
Thank you. I can't make a motion
Move
to.
approval.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Joe Ehrman. Anything further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That was a nice presentation, too. Yeah. Now move on. The consent agenda has been fully approved. And now we'll move on to constitutional offices and governmental agencies. The Indian River County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2025 auction proceeds. It's all attached. I don't see the sheriff here. This is a request by the sheriff. He stated in the letter that, as customary, we will be able to have the opportunities, requesting the opportunity to purchase like items. I just want to say, well, in the absence of the sheriff, that this has been customary. And I believe that it would be appropriate if the sheriff is stating that these are like items, that he should let us know.
Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Moss, seconded by myself. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Union County Sheriff's fiscal year 2025 offender fees reserve account. I don't see the sheriff here or any representative.
Mr. Chair, I move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Move on to public items. 11A1. Would you like to move forward, or you want to take a brief break before we start? Yes. All right. We're going to take a brief recess. Meeting will now be called back to order, and we'll begin with item 11A1, which is a public hearing for changes to the Chapter 105 Indian River County Code for the purchasing procedures. This is legislative in nature. Good morning. Now you have your opportunity for a presentation.
Good morning. Good morning. Jennifer Hyde, I'm the county procurement manager. And today we're going to discuss proposed changes to Chapter 105 of the Indian River County Code, which pertains to purchasing. It was last updated in 2019. On August 19th, 2025, the board did approve some recommended changes that we presented. So today we're here for you to consider the draft ordinance repealing the current Chapter 105 and replacing it with a reordered and streamlined Chapter 105. The legal notice for this meeting did appear on September 12th, 2025. A lot of the changes were structural. We moved sections around just so it flowed a little bit better. So this table just kind of shows what was the previous location and what the revised location is. There were some content changes proposed within the code. First is adding the authority level of the procurement manager within the code. Previously, it's just been delegated within the procurement manual, but in an effort to ensure all of our policies are included in the code and our procedures are in the manual, we wanted to add that level of authority here in paragraph 105.01C. And this just provides us a clear structured level of purchasing authority within the code. Another content change is the authority of the county administrator. We're proposing a threshold increase from $75,000 to $200,000 with the goals of shortening delivery time to acquire lower risk goods and services and offer more opportunity to local, small, and disadvantaged businesses. One section of content that was removed is the technical bid procedures, public notice, bid security, bid acceptance, award of bid, and the bonds. Those are all already present in the purchasing manual. So again, this is to help us ensure that we have the policy in the code and then the procedures in the manual. One additional content change is the disclosure of relationships. We're making it clear that any employee or county commissioner that owns a business needs to disclose that if they're attempting to do business with the county. And that way, for those specific cases, we would have to say no because statute does prohibit employees from selling goods, services, or real estate to the agency that they are employed by. So we're just trying to make sure that's clear to everyone. On August 19th, we talked about several different thresholds. So this is just an overview of what our thresholds will be effective October 1st, both with the procurement manual changes and the requested changes to code. The two that we're discussing today are the $10,000 to $100,000 procurement manager's authority, and then the $100,000 to $200,000 county administrator's authority. Staff's recommendations today are for the board to open the public hearing related to the draft ordinance that's been prepared by the county attorney, receive public comment, close the public hearing, and we're asking the board to adopt the draft ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Hyde. Are there any questions of Ms. Hyde before we go forward? Seeing none, I'll now open up the public hearing. If anybody wishes to comment on the procedure, please find yourself at a podium. State your name and address for the record. Seeing no one coming forward and having given ample opportunity, we'll now close the public hearing. Commissioners, I'll start off with fine work. Agree with every bit of the change, with the exception of the elevation of the $200,000 authority. There's no reflection. I just did not support it going into it. And ultimately, as chairman, if this passes, I will have to sign it. So with that, I just want to say for the record, you did a wonderful job, but for that one item, I can't support.
Understood.
Is there Anyone else?
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Moss, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion passes 4-1 with myself dissenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 11A2, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 400 of the Indian River County Code entitled Chapter 400 Regulations of Contractors.
Hello and good morning, Commissioners. Scott McAdam, Building
Good morning,
Official, Building Facility Services Department. Glad to be here. What staff has before you this morning, like you said, is proposed amendments to Chapter 400 for regulating of contractors. What I'm going to do is provide some background, and then I'm going to also summarize the proposed amendments, and then give a recommendation, and then also answer any questions that you have. So the background is this is a state preemption of local occupational licenses starting in 2021. 2021 House Bill 735, effective July 1st of 2021, preempted local licensing, including a provision known as substantially correspond, and that's what we're going to talk about a lot, is a substantially correspond. At that point in time, some local license categories were indicated that they could no longer be licensed locally, and those went away right away back in 2021. And those are such things as painting, flooring, carpentry, and there's a list of other smaller groups of contracting activities. 2023, House Bill 1383 provided a one-year extension to expire July 1st, 2024, and created some additional state specialty contractor categories, and this was a major concern of the construction industry. And then 2024, Senate Bill 1142 provided an additional one-year extension, and this allowed local license contractors to apply to the state to obtain a state license, sort of the grandfathering concept, another concern from the industry. So it's important to note that the preemption is talking about all the local licensing categories. There are no changes to the state categories except that they added a number of specialty contractor categories, but those are state. The Building Division desires to regulate construction activities, verify construction companies, protect licensed contractors, owners, and citizens. Staff heard from multiple contractors that have been in business for many years, some 30, 40 years or more, and they do not want a state license, and they do not want to find a new qualifier to qualify their company. And then they also don't want to go out of business. So we heard a lot of those concerns. Staff held multiple meetings with other Treasure Coast jurisdictions with the intent to be as consistent as possible regarding these new regulations. Treasure Coast Builders Association was instrumental in these meetings also for their input and concerns. Our attorney's office was also involved. The results of these meetings, in applying the substantially corresponding provision, it was determined that the best approach to be consistent was to create mirrored local license categories, matching the state new and existing specialty contractor categories with the same category name and the same scope of work, and place current locally licensed contractors that substantially correspond to a state specialty category in that new locally specialty contractor category. So current local licensed contractors that do not substantially correspond to any of the state categories will no longer require a local license. Most of these trades will be designated as exempt trades. These trades are still required to apply for and obtain permits, similar to an owner-builder permitting process. So Chapter 400 proposed amendments. The amendments address updates required for the state preemption mandates, address handling of current local licensing following Florida statutes, the inclusion of exempt trades categories, the replacement of the old Appendix A list of contractors with a new list following the state categories, new local license categories, and exempt trades. Updates are also needed due to Chapter 400 not being updated since early 1990s. Items such as the building department correct name is Building Division, outdated items now covered by the Florida Building Code, outdated types of contractor designations such as master electrician and plumber to certified or registered electrician or plumber, and various other minor edits and corrections. So staff is recommending that after the public hearing, the board vote to approve these proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAdams. Any questions from the board? I just want to say that this was in conjunction with all the other jurisdictions, as you stated, and it'll provide for more consistency, viability, and the ability to be able to work within the county without having to have a hurdle about a license.
That's true.
Everything is fair and equal across the board, and I think it'll encourage more diversity into the contracting as well.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we will open up the public hearing. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Deb Frazier with the Treasure Coast Builders Association. I am here to support what your building division is proposing. I did attend all the meetings, and a big thank you to Scott for inviting me to those meetings. We did meet with all of the other jurisdictions in the area. There was a general consensus that many of them are going to follow the same pattern. So, and one thing Scott didn't mention is when this originally happened, the reason the original date kept getting moved was the fact that the legislator did these 13 new specialty licenses and then handed it off to DBPR and said, here you go. And so we were actually in a meeting down in West Palm Beach with DBPR, and their attorney was on Zoom, and a lot of the questions that were being asked, their attorney still didn't know the answers to, and that was in August. And so there's been a lot of confusion, and I think what our building departments in the community have looked at and are trying to put into effect will make it a lot clearer, and that the contractors and everyone will understand what they have to do now, because there's even still confusion within DBPR. So Treasure Coast Builders Association is supporting what these building departments are doing, and we appreciate all the work that they have put in, and Treasure Coast Builders Association appreciates being invited to those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one coming forward, and at this time, we've given ample opportunity. We'll now close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, can I just take a point of privilege? I just want to thank Scott and his team for all the hard work that they've done and for their commitment to engage our stakeholders. We certainly appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
You know, oftentimes, oftentimes there were some complications, and we met with many folks who had missed the mark in order to perform work, whether they come from the county or out of county, not having the proper tools to be able to perform the work in the county. And I believe ultimately the citizens were shortened with the ability to have the best price and the best work by the people that they wanted to have to work in the environment. So I think this is a big win. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you also. I was impressed by how comprehensive the listing was. I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine you left a single stone unturned. I mean, that was it's quite incredible. Thank you for that.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Ready to have a motion by Commissioner Harriman, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That's a win. Next item is item 11A3. And this item is, on the agenda is a request for a special exception for the use and site plan approval for a change for the use from an adult congregate living center facility to residential treatment center located at 6410 Old Dixie Highway. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The parties of the proceeding are Indian River County and Treasure Coast Detox LLC, the applicant. At this time, I need to ask all the county commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. We'll begin with the left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a phone call from Mr. Scott Parker, who is associated with this project, and he had just general questions about the Planning and Zoning Commission, and so I answered those questions and also mentioned to him that if I were applying for something, I would plan to actually be there. That usually, that's the procedure. The applicant often is there. I don't know what he did. I didn't watch the video because that was the same night that they were doing the comprehensive plan. Thank you again for that, and that went for hours. I did watch that section of the video. I did not watch the section of the video having to do with this, nor did I visit the site, and nor do I have any independent investigations.
No.
That was a little shorter. None that I'm aware of, other than the fact that my prior career, I'm very familiar with the site and spent a lot of time there and passed there, but no conversations.
None.
None that I'm aware of. I too, it used to be Dixie Oaks Manor.
Yeah. Okay. And at this time, I want to confirm that all commissioners have an open mind and are able to base their decisions on the evidence presented and applicable law.
Can and will. Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
At this time, we will then open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you do the honors of swearing in anyone that wishes to speak during this proceeding or anticipates speaking during the proceeding?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Now is the opportunity for staff to make that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brandon Cragen will be presenting the item.
All right, good morning, Chair and members of the board. Before you today is the Treasure Coast Detox Special Exception Use. The property is located between US Highway 1 and Old Dixie Highway, directly north of 65th Street, approximately 500 feet from the intersection of Old Dixie and 65th. The property is also zoned CL Limited Commercial. On screen is an aerial of the site. As you can see, there's existing building, there's existing parking, an existing stormwater pond, and also to the north, east, and south is mostly heavily wooded areas, and then also to the west is Old Dixie Highway, the FEC Railroad, and then also some environmental lands of one of the residential plan developments directly west. So for the site plan, this is currently a 29-bed adult congregate living facility. The applicant proposes to still maintain 29 beds, but it's going to become a detox facility. The only changes, physical changes to the site are 4 parking spaces that are required to satisfy the special exception criteria for this change of use, and then also a minor change to the stormwater pond to accommodate those 4 parking spaces. Traffic circulation plan calls for 2 existing full access driveways onto Old Dixie Highway. Again, the stormwater plan just calls for a slight minor modification to the existing stormwater pond to account for the 4 impervious parking spaces. Landscape plan is going to be beefed up to a 20-foot type A landscape buffer. Currently on site, the buffer is a little sparse, so this will bring it up to the standards for the 971 criteria that is required for detox facilities. No improvements are proposed or required for this project except for the parking lot and stormwater area extensions, and then also that landscape buffer enhancement. Residential treatment centers in the limited commercial zoning district must adhere to the specific land use criteria in section 971.28 subsection 6 of the county's land development regulations. The proposed plans comply with all 7 of the criteria that are listed in the code section for such items and are detailed in the staff report. These items are limited to the interior living space, the minimum parking standards, the number of residents, and the facility's location. PZC, at their meeting on August 28th, 2025, voted 7-0 to recommend that the Board of County Commission grant special exception approval for the Treasure Coast Detox Facility with the conditions recommended by staff. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commission grant special exception use approval for the Treasure Coast Detox Facility with conditions in the staff report. These conditions are limited to the installation of the required 20-foot Type A landscape buffer with screening along Old Dixie Highway and the construction of all other improvements indicated on the site plan, which would be the 4 additional parking spaces and the minor modification to the stormwater pond. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff?
Yes, sir. This is not, I mean, this is a rehab facility. It's closed. It's not something people just come and go as they want or anything like that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, for the record, Ryan Sweeney, Acting Planning Development Services Director. Yes, Commissioner Ehrman, it's an inpatient care facility, and the applicant operators, proposed operators are here if you have any detailed operational questions, hours of operation, receiving, releasing, but it's not a come and go. It's an inpatient facility.
Right. Are those folks here?
Correct.
Yeah, if you could just give us a quick overall of what you do there.
Yeah,
And the fact that it's a treatment, it's not a come and go as you
Yeah,
please.
this is not a methadone clinic, it's not a sober
Sir.
living, excuse me.
This is part of your presentation, staff presentation, and it has concluded, and now we're moving on to the applicant's presentation. So we need to state your name.
Sure.
And address for the record.
Brian Regan with Treasure Coast Detox.
Hi, Costa Velas with Treasure Coast Detox.
Dr. Teresa Prescott, Treasure Coast Detox.
Jessica Oliveria, Treasure Coast Detox.
Thank you.
So to answer your question, yeah, it's an inpatient facility. All patients will be transported either by a loved one or Uber Health through us. So all admissions are known ahead of time. They're scheduled. They come in, they stay for 10 to 14 days, and then they move on to the next part of their treatment journey. And we control all transportation to and from the facility. And it's going to be covered by private health insurance.
And it's important to note also, and I completely understand your concerns about potentially either a sober house or something like that, where people are just walking in and walking out. This is a medical facility, and it's 24/7 supervision, and that's something that we wanted to make sure that you all were aware of. And because oftentimes you hear about a good idea like that, but you don't want it in your backyard. And I can completely understand that, but when you do think about a facility like this, don't think about just criminals or people that you see on the side of the road. These are our neighbors. I mean, there's likely not a person in this entire room that hasn't been affected in some capacity by substance abuse, and the facility itself is not going to be marketing out of state. We're not importing people from all over the country, which is a common thing that a lot of treatment centers do. There's a huge gap in Indian River County North, all the way up well into Brevard. And we want to help the residents here who have private insurance, veterans VA insurance, TRICARE insurance, or self-pay. And there are a whole lot of them, especially with alcohol, which we have tons of statistics and that we can relay as well. But it is a much needed situation. And right now, if, God forbid, you walked out of this meeting and somebody in your family had a problem, and hopefully you didn't use Google to find the treatment center, but you called us, we would have to send you somewhere as far as an hour to 2 hours away, or send that individual for medical detox. And that's not treatment, that's just getting them medically stabilized. I'll let Dr. Prescott talk about that, but that's a life-threatening situation. It can actually, alcohol detox kills people. Killed my oldest friend at the age of 50. So we definitely understand the need here, because there is not a detox in the county. And we want to make sure, and incidentally, we all live here. I had a 1-year-old that we had to usher out because he was making too much noise. And so from our perspective, we're not a nameless, faceless private equity company from Palo Alto or something like that, which has taken over most of healthcare. We live here. We're passionate about it. Vero Beach Recovery Center is the founding company. We've been around. We're the oldest private substance abuse treatment center in the county. We have an excellent reputation, and we're certainly staking our reputation on the fact that we're going to provide something that's not only much needed, but also not the kind of eyesore that I've been trying to warn some other agencies not to create in this county. So we want to at least be in a position to manage it and operate it in such a way that we'll be proud of it, and not just something that unfortunately we've seen in other parts of the state. So, Dr. Prescott, if you want to, on the medical side?
I would like to thank all of you for giving the proclamation to 211. Let's face it, substance abuse and mental health issues are a crisis at this point. I've been a board-certified child, adolescent, and adult psychiatrist for over 25 years. I see the need for it. What Mr. Velas and Mr. Regan were saying about this is not an open facility, this is a medical facility. I wonder if anybody would have a problem with one of their loved ones going into the hospital. This is the same thing. We do not have a whole contingency of people roaming about. That is completely absurd. This is for stabilization. And we are all members of this community. All 3 of us live in Vero Beach. We know what we're doing. We don't want to put the community at risk, and shall not, because of the way we have structured this programming. I invite any one of you to ask questions of any of us, but this is a passion. And as I said, I have been doing this for 25 years. That's where I'll end.
Thank you, John. You want to talk about even what you do in...
I'm a nurse practitioner, and I'm Jessica Olivery. I'm a nurse practitioner in the emergency department at Cleveland Clinic, as well as an admissions provider at Vero Beach Recovery Center. And I know from the patients we see in the emergency department, there is nowhere to send them in county, and they often have to wait that they need. And all of us have someone in our family like that, and we all want them to get the best care. So I think this place is it.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions of the applicant? Staff, do you have any questions of the applicant?
No, sir.
At this point, we can seek public input. And if anybody has any questions, please come forward.
Yes, good morning. My name is Gregory Potter, and I am the director and principal of North County Charter School, which is a public charter elementary school serving VPK to grades 5 with about 350 students located about just over 1,500 feet, and about 0.3 of a mile north of the proposed facility in the detox center on Old Dixie Highway. So I'd like to thank the commissioners for allowing public comment and for listening to our thoughts. I am certainly not here today to engage in any kind of an altercation or a fight of any kind. Rather, I'm here in the spirit of what Ms. Swan so articulately described and requested in her wonderful invocation, that we are a community and there are interests here that are most importantly related to people getting help, getting treatment as they need it. We all have people in our lives, our families, and our networks where these kinds of things are important, and it is essential that people get excellent care. So I came today rather in a spirit of making sure that you as a group understand what's in that area, and also to make sure that you have all the information to consider before you make a final decision on this. So I have a few questions, and most of them were answered very well by the group that just spoke, so thank you for that. And I also have a possible recommendation. So of note, our school did not receive any notices for this meeting or the last meeting. We did hear about it from some parents. Some of them are here today, would also like to speak to you. I also found out this morning that the school district of Indian River County was not formally notified either, because I did check with the school safety officer and I checked with our liaison, Ms. Ann Bieber, at the district. They just found out about it this weekend and also through a parent, one of our parents at NCCS that happens to work in the school safety office. So I'm also not here to share anything formal from our school board. We do have our own school board of 5 members. They have not had a chance to have a discussion about this, but they do have an agenda item this Thursday morning to discuss. They have a meeting at 9:15 at our school. Our school also has an active safety committee, as all schools in the state of Florida are required to have. They have had one discussion to date. We are very comfortable with our own protocols and procedures that we operate during the day, and we comply with all state of Florida expectations for school safety and security to keep our students safe and the people who enter our campus as well. We're not so worried about during the actual academic school day because we have a lot of support there. Like all Florida public schools, access is well controlled at North County Charter School during the school day, and we have a full-time sheriff's deputy present. We contract separately with Indian River County Sheriff to provide that service. But after school is a very different story for us. We do have many clubs and activities that are happening, plus an aftercare program that is open until 5:45 every evening during the week and every day that school is in operation. Those are the times that perhaps could be a little bit more concerning. So I have a few remaining questions, and perhaps they could be addressed. Will there be, number one, will there be any assurances that patients departing the facility, either voluntarily or not, won't be walking north to the location of where the school is? There is a sidewalk that actually does connect from the facility, and it ends in the northwest corner of North County Charter School, so there's a direct walkway there. What kind of security presence would be at that facility 24/7? We understand there would be staff working with patients and so forth and monitoring things, but we really don't know what kind of security they have or will have. How will communications be implemented with local and or county law enforcement if there does happen to be an issue and somebody does happen to leave the facility in a state of agitation or confusion or possibly under the influence of a chemical? We presently do not know also what impacts, and we do worry, obviously, that this could have on our recruiting and retention. We have, just as I mentioned earlier, 350 students, a little over 150 families that do send their schools and entrust us with their precious children each and every day. And last, what is the timeline for opening? Would be my last question. A recommendation, I would encourage the commissioners to seek additional information and consider whether there may be alternatives or alternative sites that are not so close to a very active public elementary school before making a final approval of the exception to the commercial zoning that is being considered. This might also provide additional opportunities for our school and potentially other area businesses and or residents to be better informed and have their questions or concerns addressed. There could be alternatives that could achieve all of the aims that we also desperately want to see, and that are all important to the stakeholders that are involved here. So thank you so much for listening today, and I appreciate fully, and on behalf of our school, we appreciate the job that you all do each and every day in service of this great county. Thank you so much.
I want to thank you for your well-thought-out presentation, and I would like it acknowledged by staff as well as the applicant. Okay. To staff, we have reviewed the site plan. Is there anything that you would like to add to the inquiry about safety and security, egress?
Sure.
Any of the concerns that were expressed?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. With regard to the 4 or 5 questions that were asked, those are primarily operational, so I will defer to the applicant. However, I do want to just clarify our notice procedures. For special exception, it is 300 feet in any portion thereof that it touches, so we did follow those procedures. It's mostly vacant around that area. We actually did pick up on, I believe, 6 lots and Antilles, so I was kind of surprised that we didn't hear more from them. But the 1,500 feet where the school is considerably further than our notice ring. However, the current chair of the school board, I believe she's still chair, or vice chair, Terry Barenborg, she does sit on the P&Z as a non-voting attendee, and would have been indirectly notified by way of this going to P&Z. So although they did not receive a formal notice by mail per our formal procedures, she should have been aware by way of this going to P&Z.
Was she at the meeting? Was she at the planning and
I
zoning?
don't recall. That was the ear meeting.
She was not.
And there's actually several school, other folks, alternates, that also would have received the notice in the agenda.
Yeah, that's why we have them on that board.
Yes, that's the very reason. Thank you.
However, we do have to stick, we can't pick and choose whether we extend our notice. I mean, we have to follow the rules. We can't just arbitrarily expand our notifications.
Thank you. Would the applicant be able to address some of the inquiry and concern?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of patients leaving after hours, as we mentioned earlier, we're not holding people against their will there. They can leave, but they are either leaving in an ambulance to go to the emergency room, or they're leaving in an Uber Health to go back home if that's what they're choosing to do. If it's after hours, if they want to leave, they can leave. It's not typically something that happens, but we can't say that it'll never happen. But we do have procedures in place to ensure the safety of the patient. We're not just going to let them walk out the door and roam the streets. It's just, that's not how we do business, and it's not in anybody's interest for that to happen.
Yeah, I want to reiterate also, and thank you for allowing us to at least answer some of the thoughts. When people hear detox, and again, if I thought there was a place going in near where children were that was going to have homeless people, criminals, whatever it is, roaming the streets around there, I wouldn't want it either, and I wouldn't want it in the county. That's not what a detox is. That's more in line with what a sober house is, or some of the other types of facilities that, heck, even 12-step support meetings are going to have more of that. Detox that's the first part of the process of getting rid of a disease, especially with alcohol. We were talking to a Cleveland Clinic concierge physician. He said that it is epidemic in Vero Beach. And he said at least 25 to 30% of his patients have abused alcohol. This isn't something that we're getting court-ordered individuals to come in. They're doctors. We're healthcare certified, by the way. We can work with healthcare professionals. They're lawyers. They're engineers who work on aircraft. They're educators, teachers. They're law enforcement officers. They're veterans. These are people here in fact, we got a tremendous number of support letters as a result of it. So when we hear the stigmatization of substance abuse, I mean, it kept me from getting treatment for alcohol for quite some time, because it is something that I had an issue back in about, mid-teens, somewhere in that neighborhood. And yeah, you don't want that scarlet letter on your chest. But I was also an executive in the financial industry, and when I thought about detoxes and things like that, I thought about those people, but I am one of those people. The clients that we see on a daily basis, again, it's a voluntary situation. They're coming in with private insurance. They're supervised 24/7. It is a medical facility. This isn't a facility where we're going to be having people coming in and doing, it's not a support group or a 12-step or a sober house or something like that. And the main thing to consider with that is that we actually, if you believe it or not, with the Planning and Zoning Committee, we asked for a reduction in the parking. We asked for a waiver because we'd rather have less parking, because no one's going to be driving their car there. Their loved ones are going to drop them off, or we're going to have Uber Health pick them up and drop them off. And that's in the event that if they end up discharging, either against medical advice or otherwise, they're going to be getting an Uber Health to help drop them off. But we in no way, shape, or form are going to be letting anybody roam, free around that area. But again, we're talking about fellow residents and people in communities around us.
Yeah, part of in terms of the site itself, we're in between a highway and the train tracks. If we tried to put this in downtown Vero, it would never pass. If we tried to put this in somebody's neighborhood, the people would come out and say, not in my backyard. So we selected this site specifically because it was out of the way. And unfortunately, I understand there's a school there and there's other businesses there, but this is as remote as we can essentially get without going out into a farm somewhere and building a facility from scratch. So the way we look at it is it's existing for the last 20 years as an assisted living facility, basically the same capacity. We're just changing who the patients are, and it will operate in much the same way.
The other thing is, in terms of the safeguards, we'll be doing FDLE backgrounds on every single patient and staff member that comes in there for the sex offender registry. Most medical facilities don't do that, I can assure you. And aside, again, from the 24/7, this is not a situation that's a 9 to 5 where we have 20 people lined up at 9 o'clock. This is staggered admissions and staggered discharges. We don't have an active, I'll just bring up a school, for instance, might have hours of 8 to 5 or 8 to 6 or whatever it is. That's not necessarily the only activity that we're going to be having there. It'll be outside of those types of hours, but again, it's a staggered situation. It's also not emergent care or urgent care. So if somebody has an issue or a medical issue at the facility, we call 911 immediately, because that's not a level of care that we can provide at that facility. So, and again, in terms of traffic impact, it would likely, even though we'll have more parking spaces, which in case you all want to waive that, we'd love that. But even though we'll have 4 more parking spaces, we'll probably have half of the traffic that is at the existing assisted living facility right now, because this is not a visitation facility. An alcohol detox is about 5 to 7 days. After that, it really medically stabilizes the individual, gets them prepared for treatment. We're only doing a 7 to 14-day residential treatment. We're not trying to do a 30-day or a 60-day or a 90-day type thing where someone's living there. We want them moving back into outpatient program treatment, which is where they're getting reintegrated back into the community with safeguards, with structure, with accountability. This is not a facility intended for long-term treatment. It's a facility that gives them a break from the cycle that they're in, and then prepares them and gets them into the level of care that is going to best suit their needs.
Yeah, we've been operating our outpatient facility since 2021. We've treated probably 500 patients. We've had 0 calls to the police, to the fire department for an ambulance. And that's an outpatient. So this ostensibly will have, fewer patients and also, much less chance for us to even need to call to have any issues.
Yeah, it won't be a Baker Act receiving facility either. And right now, by the way, a Marchman Act facility, you have to take them to New Horizons in Fort Pierce. And New Horizons, look, they're, they save lives, but good Lord, I wouldn't want to send anybody I know there. And we only have 2 beds. But that's not the type of facility that we're creating. This is a private facility. It's a medium-sized detox. We're not trying to do, like they tried down in Stewart, I believe, 140 beds and importing people from all over the known universe. This is for Indian River County and surrounding communities, and that's it. We're not marketing to southeast, to Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, and some of these other places. And some of the concerns that were raised, they're valid. There's some awful places, but we are absolutely not building something that is other than something that we're going to be very, very proud of. And there are some definite concerns about that. But the places that I think come to mind when I hear some of the concerns, again, sober houses. There was a sober house here in town that right up from Rosedale Elementary, they were marketing to sex predators. And they were within a quarter mile. I got that shut down, by the way. The other things to think about, methadone clinics. Those are the things that come to mind when I think about people walking around that are, where which you don't want in your backyard. And those are the types of things that concern us. And we all live here. I mean, we're invested in this community, and we want to see it do a lot better. But we sure know that this is a massive gap. It's something the hospital district, since I've been going to the meetings early 2022, it's been at the top of their list. And some of the other concerns, so security presence. This is a voluntary medical treatment. I mean, no, we're not going to have security. We do screens on people when they come in. So again, it'd be the same kind of concept. It's overnight medical treatment for up to 29 beds. It's the same thing that we're doing right now in the that they're doing in the assisted living facility. It's just a different condition at this point. So no, we're not going to have a security presence. In terms of communications with law enforcement, again, that's assuming that our patient population is mostly criminals, and I just don't understand that. But if there are issues, we're calling 911, and we'll have an open door, hopefully, with the sheriff's department and the police departments, although this will be in the county. And the main thing with that, again, we'll be focusing on law enforcement officers are one area that we focus on, incidentally. So something to keep in mind. The other 2 questions, I don't, which one?
I think we got it, was the site location.
Mr. Chair, timeline for opening?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so we're, obviously we have some renovations to do. We're hoping that, assuming we were approved today, that somewhere around the first of the year.
And you're providing care and comfort, and that includes sustenance, meals?
Yep.
So there'll be some of that traffic as well, consistent with...
Like food delivery trucks,
yes.
Yeah.
You did mention transportation, and again, there was, you mentioned Uber Health or private conveyance. I think one of the concerns is having lights, the ambulance.
What ambulance, for what?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think that's one of the concerns, that when a facility of this nature is going into place, that there'd be a lot of presence of emergency vehicles.
No.
And again, you know, I appreciate your presentation and clarifying and dispelling that concern.
Yeah, if an individual has medical, and again, if Dr. Prescott obviously can address this much better than I can, but we do careful screenings on the individuals when they come in. If there's any kind of an issue, if there's a cardiac event, obviously, we're going to do everything we can. And when I say we, I'm neither a clinician or a physician. We as a facility will do everything we can do for that individual, but that they are immediately getting, we're calling 911 and having them taken to, either Cleveland Clinic or the appropriate hospital or emergency room in that regard. Even though, for instance, Jessie, who's a highly talented nurse practitioner in the ER, she won't be providing emergent services in the detox other than to save somebody's life. But we do careful screening on the individuals before they come in to make sure that they meet the criteria for our level of care.
And I'd like to add to that too, because I understand what you're saying about the red lights. Somebody is not going to be transported from an emergency room over to here.
Right.
Everything is well planned. You would not notice any difference between what's happening there now and what will be happening. And once again, if we have an emergent situation, and that's going to be driving somebody to the hospital because they're medically unstable, that's when 911 would be implemented. I hear a lot of everything, but one of the things that really flabbergasts me is that these are people's loved ones, husbands, wives, cousins, and children. And I've been doing children for 30 years. I understand the importance of safety. This is not a facility where someone is going to completely flip out and run in the streets, like I'm saying. Would you expect your wife to be that way? Or your husband, one of your loved ones, your neighbor? Would you expect them to be flipping out and running out of the facility?
It's happened.
Well, I have to say that, again, me personally, I did not know what to expect in as far as attendance, community concerns, but it does sound like you're addressing those community concerns, and you're presenting a hotel with special care,
Yeah, basically.
okay? To get people on the right track in a voluntary basis, covered by their insurance or self-pay. And this is not going to be an ER or emergency response environment. Again, you and your nurse practitioner have the obligation to ensure if someone is having a medical emergency, that there would be a response by perhaps an ambulance,
There's
of
absolutely
course,
a plan.
as they would be responding to any home in the area or any other environment. It's a medical emergency, we will see lights. But again, just anticipating that there would be concern, there'd be a constant flow of traffic of, oh, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one, here's another ambulance coming. It does heighten community awareness. I could tell you, I was a New York City police officer in the 80s. You mentioned that the M word, the methadone center. Yes, and I think if that's a perception, it doesn't sound like that's the perception that should be had by what you're wanting to do in the community. Yes?
No, I think the stigmatization is alive and well.
Yes.
But we're not looking to recruit people, and there are different agencies from out of state to drop them on our streets, to risk the safety of the community itself.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Vice
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Chair. just to be clear on a few things, would any of your patients be court-ordered to be there?
No.
No.
The follow-up is, after the Marchman Act that you mentioned earlier, would any of those patients perhaps be relocated to your facility from Fort Pierce, from
Not
CEBH?
at this point.
Yeah, I think the only, I mean, from our perspective, on the resources side would be the only way that we would entertain that. If you had somebody that was more, and we have a client right now where very great family, but their son can't, unfortunately, he's stuck in a very, very bad cycle of alcohol. And they can afford sending him anywhere. But if you do a Marchman Act within the county right now, they've got to send him down to Fort Pierce to New Horizons. This is not a New Horizons. And anecdotally, I mean, you all can Google bad things that happen at any kind of institution, a school, a detox, anything else like that. Anecdotally, that's always going to happen. So there's always going to be some bad things. All we can do is operationally ensure that we're doing everything that we can possibly do to make sure that this is a top quality facility. And again, in terms of some of the characterizations of how this community of patients or this cohort, act on a daily basis. Again, I was if I hadn't been in this industry for this long, I'd probably be offended because that's not the people that I know. There are places where it's involuntary. They're being forced to be there. The facilities, because they don't have the funding to really provide something good, or the treatment, their heads in a bed, they call it. They're trying to collect as many humans in one spot as humanly possible and see who sticks. That's not at all what we're doing. We're doing a medium-sized facility. We'll likely have in the vicinity of around 14, 15 people in detox, 14, 15 people in residential treatment at all times. Opiates, stimulants, things like that, they don't get detox. There's not a detox protocol for that. So we're not providing outpatient mat services, so we're not going to have people walking up to a window of any kind. There'll be very likely less traffic than there is right now because we're not going to have loved ones coming to visit them. It's a short-term facility. And again, I would urge everybody, the statistics that I've seen, unfortunately, about the county, alcohol is our biggest issue here, without a doubt. And alcohol detox is primarily what we're going to be focusing on. And again, right now, they're getting it, they're just not getting it here or within a sphere that's close to home, and it dissuades people from actually getting treatment.
Well, the other thing is that the statistics show that when people get treatment within their community, they have better outcomes because they're not being shipped all over the state and having to travel and disrupt work. And, we have an outpatient facility where we do groups at night because we cater mostly to working individuals.
Thank you, we understand that. By chance, do you happen to know if you have a waiting list?
No.
Already?
No.
You know, and Mr. Chair, I'd also submit that there's probably a lot more ambulances and other things going there as it is today versus what this facility would bring. Oftentimes we look at our community, and I think it might be overused, the fabric of our community, and we talk about the parks and the museums and all of the fine things. But the reality is, when we bring up something like this, it's not in the light most favorable. However, to be consistent with our community, Mr. Chair, I'll be in favor of this.
Well, certainly, as I. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Clarification.
just,
I hope that your inquiry was addressed. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak from the public?
My name's Diana Hannett. I'm a patient of Dr. Prescott's. I'd like to point out a few things, including that this is indeed a 24/7 medical monitoring facility, and it does ensure patient safety during the withdrawal. It's not a It's not a methadone clinic, that's already been brought up. It will have a higher completion rate and better long-term recovery outcomes than outpatient detox. This would reduce the strain on emergency rooms and first responders, I believe. It should improve public health. It will actually lower crime, help to lower crime, and will support families in our area. It fills a critical local service gap and reduces travel for care. There's an economic upside, including jobs created, healthcare costs lowered, grants, and insurance reimbursements. This is a licensed, accredited facility with professional oversight. Now, to address some common concerns, I'd like to respond. Well-run centers, there's evidence that they do not raise crime rates. Unfortunately, I didn't post the source, but I can get that for you if need be. They oftentimes have traffic plans in place. The cost to taxpayers includes savings from fewer ER visits, fewer hospitalizations, and legal expenses that outweigh the costs. The quality of care, it's staffed by licensed professionals with clear oversight and accreditation. The secure facility design and strict monitoring will prevent diversion or elopement. It has an attractive design. They're going to be landscaping more, and it's proven to have a neutral impact in other communities. And finally, financial sustainability. This is going to be funded via insurance, grants, and established revenue model. Those are all things to consider when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still morning. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Carla Di Benedetto. I'm here both as a parent of a child attending, not a child, twins attending North County Charter School and a homeowner of the Winter Beach area. Forgive me, I'm not a public speaker, so I'm gonna take my time. I want to be clear from the start. I support everything that was talked about today. Absolutely everything that they're talking about hits home. But what doesn't sit well with me, completely going off script now because I get emotional, is the location. The safety of my kids as the most important, and not only my kids, but my parents that are here, their kids, they're concerned as well, and my neighborhood. There was a discussion about notification about 300 feet. I want to clarify, I know people that live in the Antilles that were not aware of any of this happening. Antilles is, I believe, is within 300 feet of the location. Putting a detox center so close to homes and young children raise real practical concerns for families here. Increased traffic, which we've been talking about, calling 911, sirens. My kids do not like sirens. They get scared every time they hear it. The potential for more foot traffic in our neighborhood, which is very quiet. The Winter Beach area is very quiet right now. But the most important question is the safety. So how can they guarantee the safety, or that they can't guarantee someone can self-checkout, because that's someone's word that they said, can't guarantee it. So how can we know that we're safe in my home overnight or at the school during the day? I asked the board, commissioners, everyone here to please delay the approval and please review it a little bit further. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. This is not a sporting event.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having all of us. My name is Susan Aguirre. I am an invested parent, 3 generations worth of children in that school, and I am a member, deeply invested as well, alongside the administration. One of the biggest concerns for me, before anything I preface, is that the detox is sensational. The idea, the concept of it in this county, we know what we face, all the beautiful things in the county, but the dark spaces that also occupy a lot of the families that are affected by that. A story very close to home for me. Part of the reason why I grew up without a father. But I'm a mother before all things. And as mothers, we are the protectors, we are the guardians of our home and the places that our children go to. A material fact regarding the detox center for me is that the volatility that comes with patients being in detox centers and what that brings. Detox centers treat individuals undergoing acute withdrawals, and we all know that, and all the things that come with that. It seems to me that this detox center is maybe a 14-day, first stop. But then what happens after that? The other thing that I'm very aware of is patient dropouts and wander-off incidents are more common than they are alluding to. The national average show that 30 to 40% of patients leave detox centers early without completing the program. Some leave due to cravings or discomfort and all the other things, and that's directly coming from a source of the General Addiction of Medicine from 2021. A risk to the school, patients, they loiter. They said it in their statement today that they can't stop them from leaving if they choose to. What does that mean? They have a less than a 5-minute walk to our school. Going past it, through it, at night when we don't have safety there and our deputy is gone, we do have children and families coming in and out. In the wintertime, sun sets very early, and Old Dixie itself is very dark, incredibly dark. We have a lot of people who live in that area who ride bikes. We have a bee company there. So there are families in the area, and that poses a big risk for us as a school. Our officer on staff, if a 911 call is posed by the detox center, he'll get that 911 call and would likely immediately go into some kind of alert. But after hours, that's not possible, and our children are left vulnerable in that situation. I ask that the county commission reevaluate this site. There are other places in the county that this place could be that would serve the population that we know is vulnerable and commit to the services that they want to render. But next to the elementary school, I just don't think that it's the best option, considering that children are also a vulnerable populace as well. So I really hope that you consider that part of that and understand what populace is being served at that detox community and how it affects the families and the children in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. I did want to address a couple of things. I think, I guess we have to revisit what a detox does. Because I've heard multiple times now that because people are going through acute withdrawals and things like that, that's actually why they go to detox, is to prevent acute withdrawals and to actually medicate the individuals that come in, particularly with alcohol. And I can't speak to, if you all come up for, please, I can't speak on the medical side, but they're getting a combination of medications that prevent withdrawals. Withdrawals for us, when folks are going through withdrawals, the things that concern us are health risks. And the protocols that are put into place for individuals are very standard type protocols. And so we keep hearing the concept that we're going to have drug-crazed opioid withdrawal people running around the community. That is simply not the case. And we can't prevent them from leaving because it's a voluntary 24/7 medical facility. It's going to be a DCF licensed, JCO accredited facility, like a hospital would be, JCO, Joint Commission. And if they want to discharge, we're going to take them off-site in some capacity, either a loved one, or it's going to be via Uber Health or something similar that Lyft may have, or something along those lines. And those are some great options for us. But we're not going to be having people going through withdrawals, because that's the point of going to a detox, is to prevent withdrawals, which then leads to relapse. It's relapse prevention and risk reduction. So again, I think the characterization here, and if we have to keep explaining it, I think we're kind of losing time. But in terms of Antilles, our engineer on this, Wes, lives in Antilles. I don't know that he would have probably put this whole project together if he thought that this was going to be a bunch of people roaming the streets where he's raising his family. And he's met us and he knows us at this point. But if you want to address on the medical side, please, because really I'd like to put that to bed once and for all and kind of address that up front. That's the whole point of a detox.
Okay.
Well, I believe that the inference was actually aligned more with a lockdown facility, that you're not.
No.
You know, there were two members of the commission who actually got locked into the facilities as they did a drop-off or a conveyance. And again, that was more or less aligned with the Marchman Act or something of that nature.
Oh, yes, no.
This is not a lockdown facility. No. This is not that you won't be distributing a controlled substance and having people stop by and, you know, no, all that should be dispelled. I agree. This sounds like a whole different concept. And I believe the concerns will always be there.
Absolutely.
When we mention the word detox, it will always be there. That's a stigma. That's a stigma that the people who need the help have to fight. That's the stigma that the people in the community have to address and fight. And it is also one that you have to, as practitioners, have to, well, we have to label it. It is a detoxing center, but it is not the lockdown withdrawal environment. I think that's the issue.
Okay. And I'd also like to address a couple things that I've heard. What do you do with somebody after those 5 to 14 days? We have case management services. We arrange for next level of care, okay? And that's just part of the whole licensing and certification and actually just good medicine. So we do arrange for lower levels of care so people are not going to linger here. If someone wants to leave in the middle of the night, we're still going to give them Uber Health. It's not like we're going to, oh, well, go, you don't want to be here. A lot of people decide to leave earlier, but it's not like a locked facility. We're going to keep you against your will. We will provide transportation for you. There's no ill feelings here. We just want people to get the services that they need.
Thank you.
So,
Thank
you know.
you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Connor Pickering, and first of all, thank you guys, and also thank you to you guys for doing such a great thing for the community. And as a resident of the community, I understand how important it is, but also I have 2 kids who go to the school, and I volunteer for PE. Now, alcoholism and substance abuse runs deep in my family, and I understand there is a correlation. You know, there's empirical data that a lot of people who have alcoholism also can have mental health issues, and a lot of people have mental health issues. I understand that. But just because you go to somewhere voluntarily, you can be persuaded by loved ones, and so there's no security. And if someone has a mental health issue, I'm not in great shape, but I can run a 6.5 minute mile. I could be by that school in under 2.5 minutes. And the only thing separating me, as a parent, this is where my mind goes, for their safety, obviously, is a 6-foot fence by the PE. The PE grounds are right next to the sidewalk. I volunteer the PE. I have to jump over that fence probably 5 times every day I volunteer to get footballs and stuff. I could be on that school in under 3 minutes. Now, if you can tell me a deputy could be there, obviously there's a deputy at the school, but that doesn't mean he's going to be out there at PE, and he can't be everywhere one time. So we could have someone on that campus within 3 minutes. And as a parent, I don't really feel that that's very comforting. I know what you guys do is so important for the community, especially since I have people in my family who struggle with alcoholism. but there are ties to higher crime rates with people who struggle with alcoholism and mental health issues, particularly crimes of violence and trespassing. So I'm not necessarily concerned about the traffic, even though we do not have we're not in a school zone, so people fly by there. So I don't know, if an ambulance, we are not in a school zone. So I find it very dangerous. And also, I know 99% of the people who go there are going to be great people and people who we need in the community to be healthy. But even if it's the 1%, that's all it takes. And how the country is right now, it's just really scary. And I don't think anyone who has kids at that school think it's a good idea. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for hearing us all today. My name is Allie DePerry. I'm a mother of 5. We have lived here in Indian River County for over 20 years. I have 2 children that currently attend North County Charter School, and it's very concerning that a facility of this nature would be so close to a school. I believe it's around 1,500 square feet is the recommendation, and we're at 1,584. So we are very close to this proposed facility. A couple of things I wanted to touch upon today specifically was them saying that they are not holding anyone against their will. Now, when you are in an agitated state, or you are deciding to check yourself out AMA against medical advice, yes, there are procedures that are typically, in their protocol to protect the community. However, with no security and no added features to the surrounding areas, what guarantee do we have as parents that these members won't infiltrate our children's area? Now, I want to make something clear, very clear. Our children, and my eldest is going to be 24. She's in the PhD program at FSU. I have very successful children. I work really hard to teach them different things. What's concerning most to me is the fact that we have no security measures in place for a facility this close to a school. There's not one in Indian River County, to be exact. Not one detox center. Now, what's the difference between a detox center and a rehabilitation center? Well, a detox center is going to offer medically sound detox, and they're going to have a revolving door every 10 to 14 days. So even though there are only 29 beds in this particular facility, that number is going to be calculated immensely every 2 weeks. So how is that fair or just to allow it to be this close to our children? I'm not sure if you're aware, but if there is an ambulance or if there is a procedure that needs to get called to this facility, our children are forced to go into lockdown on a code yellow. How is that fair to them? There's code reds and code yellows and code oranges and all the codes that are unnecessarily, unfortunately, part of our society at this juncture. I have 5 children that have gone through Indian River schools. I have 5 children that are going to be community supporters and are currently studying fields that will help our community. And although there is an unfortunate need for all of these procedures and all of these detox and rehabilitation centers, it does not need to be this close to where children are. There is plenty of land out west that is farmland. You had suggested, well, should we do a farm? That's a wonderful idea. That wouldn't affect our children. That wouldn't affect traffic. That wouldn't make code reds or code yellows have to come and play. Our children are already hiding under desks. Our children are already practicing for safe shooting drills. And that's not okay. My daughter was on campus at FSU with the gunman last year. I don't want anything like that near where it could possibly take place, and that's a mental health issue, which is hand in hand with alcoholism. But we haven't even broached the subject of other people joining this facility. We've spoken a lot about alcoholism, yes, but what about fentanyl? What about other drug abuse? What about other statistics that show, unfortunately, how lacking detox centers really are. We mention others, centers. I believe you mentioned New Horizons quite a few times and made some terrible comments against them. And I'm not trying to make terrible comments against anyone. I'm trying to make the community aware that this is important for our kids. They're just as important as someone going through an alcohol or drug detox. And they matter. Our children matter. Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Leone. I'm a resident. My biggest concern right now is the no security. I mean, I think you're doing a disservice to the community along with the people that are working there. You're working with people that are working on detox, which there is a mental deficiency in these people just because of their habit or their alcoholism or any other system that they're trying to detox from. Also, is there other things that, other than alcohol, are they being detoxed from anything else? These are all concerns, like I said, and the biggest thing to me, I totally agree, am for these type of systems for detox, and it sounds like you have a lot of good thoughts and plans put in place, but I don't agree with the non-security. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to address the comment about the mental or emotional deficiency. I'm a physicist. I retired. I also taught at university and community college level as well as high school level. So I understand the concerns parents have, but I would like to make noted my disappointment in the comments that indicate that people who are alcoholics or have other addictions might have some deficiencies somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I don't believe that we think that the correlation is there for mental deficiency or an uneducated or any of those matters. I think the bottom line comes down to, why is someone else's safety above our children who are so close to the facility?
And I just want to point out one.
Wait.
Sorry, pardon.
Please,
Sorry.
go ahead. You want to address that?
Just really more the ambulances going by. If you look at the location and the proximity where the hospital that we would be going to is Cleveland Clinic south of us. And the school, I believe, is north. And I mean, we're not going to be having more ambulances than is currently at an assisted living facility. So I'm not really sure what the whole ambulances flying by with the lights on comments have to do with anything. So I did want to dispel that. In terms of the detox itself, an alcohol detox protocol and a benzodiazepine detox protocol, that's what is treated in a detox. And other substances are treated in residential levels of care, inpatient treatment, because the fentanyls of the world, if somebody's lucky to get to a treatment center on fentanyl, and we have very high numbers of overdose deaths in this county, they're not put into a detox level of care, by the way. They go into treatment level of care, and they're medicated with things like Suboxone, which prevent withdrawals, and get them onto a medication-assisted treatment program. Then that's the start of their treatment continuum. And we are under DCF regulatory requirement to make sure that we are providing recommendations for every step of that treatment continuum, which hopefully lasts longer than 6 or 7 months in various levels of care as they step down into different levels of care. And I don't know if you wanted to discuss the medication aspect of it.
No, Good. I just want to say thank you for addressing that. I want you to know that at the school, you have the finest SRO available. You have great camera systems. And I believe that, I think you're looking at the public comment has been addressed to an umbrella of safety and security. You have a formidable staff, that they're cognizant. I think they wanted to hear that. I think they want to hear that although you're not a lockdown environment, you are going to ensure safety as well as the school does. The school is a very secure environment. But I want you to know that we're comparing this facility with something that it's not. And that's what it's about.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for staff real quick. Unless Mrs.
Are we still open for public opinion?
Come on aboard, Lolita.
Hi, I'm Lalita Janki, and I'm a resident of this community. We have already stated how important mental health care is, and addiction is part of that, whatever addiction you have. I am a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother, so I quite understand the fear of having a facility close to a school. However, I also know the importance of having such a place in our community. I have dealt with a lot of people who have had to leave town, and it's very expensive to have to go to some place outside. And this is a start of such a facility in our area. And I think we need something like them in our community. I wasn't aware that what they were doing. I just have been listening to the dialogue, and I feel I wish to speak up on having such a facility. Thank you.
Thank you. You had...
I did. I just had a question for staff. My son went to North County Charter, and I actually served on the board prior to your arrival. However, my recollection is there is a fire station and ambulance squad directly next door.
Yes, correct. I just was going to make that comment. It's across the street.
Yeah.
Yes.
So every
So-
time that goes into Code Yellow, that every time a
Right, but that's anytime, not just because of this facility. There's a lot of sirens that go back and forth because of the location of that facility. And as I recall too, you guys have very much recently updated your fencing and your layout and even your pickup line. In fact, I think it was, you put up an opaque fence around the playground, so now you can't even see the kids playing on the playground. So it's a much more secure location than it used to be. But I just did want to point out, because again, there was a lot made of the sirens and those types of things, that it's been located next door to you forever and a day.
Exactly. And just real quickly, giving the board a sense of what does go into those procedures for a school. First of all, everyone here has expressed their interests and are very valid. Everyone's right. There's such a need, but there's also this remaining thing about security and communications. I attended an institute in the Northeast that was offered by Michael Dorn called Safe Schools International. Somebody that's consulted with schools all over the world, is a really top official in this capacity. Florida does lead the nation in school safety, much like Colorado, and we've modeled a lot of our things about that we've done in the state with what's happening in places that have had unfortunate experiences. What I know it comes down to, as Mr. Pickering said, it's literally 2-3 minutes that somebody could be on our campus. The one thing I'm left with today, if you do go ahead and approve, is what assurances do we have that communication happens very quickly to the right people? Now, to give you a sense of what we have to do, every one of my staff members is wearing a push-button badge. a strategic system. We can call a lockdown in a few seconds, and that's what it really is about, taking advantage of just a few seconds if there is some kind of threat or potential threat on a school campus. We raptor and background check everybody that comes on board. We have fencing. We have real-time crime center. Will this facility be connected to the real-time crime center? If there's something going on, can the sheriff's department look in on cameras in certain areas? They can in our schools. We, again, have the full-time security that's there every single day. And, you know, we are made to feel much safer because of these kinds of things. So I'm really left with this is how quick can communication happen at any time, day or night, if something's to occur? Who would the communication actually go to? And what assurances do we have that we can make adequate response, literally in seconds, to be able to address or deal with any situation that might arise? So it's really about that for me, security and communication. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Lester, the CEO of Thrive IRC, and I've been listening to all the comments, and I certainly empathize with people's concerns. I am a mother, but I just feel compelled to come up here to remind us that what I hear being proposed is a medical facility for a medical condition, and I think that's really important to understand that substance use disorders are a medical condition, and there's a lot of fear, but we've talked about, like, I've heard so many people talk about this is in my families, right? Like maybe there's the 1% chance that that one person will have, a violent tendency, but the reality is the fear is the untreated alcoholism or addiction, not the treated addiction. And so I wanted to point out that discrepancy and really say the lack of a detox in our community could, the flip side, be potentially more dangerous for our community than what is being proposed. I mean, there's risk with everything, but I just want to stand out for the people who have a substance use disorder and remind everyone here that it is a medical condition, and we don't get up in arms and concerned about the treatment for cancer or kidney dialysis. And I just want to remind us about this piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi, my name's Chelsea Arts. I have 2 children at the school as well, lived here my whole life, family's been here many generations. I'm gonna keep it very short. All I'm hearing is the argument of basically this should not be put in this community, and that's not the argument. Everybody here is in agreement that our community needs this. What the issue is so close to the school. These are elementary children that start at the age of 5. These aren't middle school, these aren't high school, who can mentally deal with if somebody were to show up on the campus. These are children who aren't at that capacity. So the concern is to not have something this close that could affect our children. Addiction runs very deep in my family. I have seen the outrages, I have seen the mental part of it, and just the mental issues that come with addiction, which is what this facility is in less than a quarter mile from this school. It is not being said that it should not be put in our community. It's just being asked to consider a different location. This location may not be the best and most suitable when we have these children so close to where these people will be. And I'll just leave it there.
Thank you.
Can anybody guarantee me that when they go to pick up their children from school, the person picking up the child does not have an addiction, has not drunk or taken substance abuse before coming up to pick up their children from school? They are just as dangerous, those untreated people who pick up their children from school are just as dangerous as those that they're asking do not get the medical help that is required. But parents do go, and grandparents, and I do know they're not healthy themselves.
Thank you.
Although
Yes, although I understand your point regarding,
This is not a,
This is not a debate.
it's not a debate.
okay,
It's not a
right,
school
so I
board meeting.
understand that we're saying that, parents could be in question. But that's not what we came here for today. We came here to decide whether or not this proposed facility, who was once an adult care facility for adults with special needs and whatnot, it can be turned into a detox facility so close to a school. And how the impacts of said detox facility would have on the community and how would it affect our community. So that's why we're here. There is plenty of land out west. There are acres and acres of land out west where it would not interfere with any school, with any major infrastructures. We are not set up in Indian River County. We have had an overflow of houses being built and communities being reestablished here. In the 20 years I've seen 66 go from a single lane road to a double lane road to now it's almost going to be 4 lanes. We don't have that same infrastructure located here close to the railroad tracks and close to US 1. We don't have that to support. What strain will that put on not only our transportation or, what about the care that we've already receiving at the hospital? They're severely understaffed, and now we have to rely on another facility to possibly have to transport by ambulance people that are ill or that need more support. Everyone is in favor for this to occur, just not in this location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. I'm Don Wright, and I'm the operator of the facility, the assisted living facility that is there. That facility was built in 1994. It was expanded on in 1995. I invested in part of it in 2004. I became fully invested in 2015 and been operating it since 2015. And the reason that I bring this up is because there's been many residents in that facility that have overcome alcoholism or drug addiction, and they've been living in that facility for years and years and years. So this facility is, between the school, there's a fire station next to it, however far it is, we talked about that. But there's been 25 to 29 people living there full-time over the years, with many of them that have overcome addictions. So I just want to pass that along. There's been people that have been in there that have borderline mental health, limited mental health. When we never had a problem with the people. It was not a secured facility. It was not locked down. So I just want to share that as an operator. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak from the public?
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say one thing, it'll take 2 seconds. And I appreciate everything he does as well, and those are full-time people, it takes 2 weeks for people to go in and out. So you could have potentially, if you divide 2 weeks throughout a year, and with 29 beds, you could have a potential of 750 people going in and out of that institution. And you can vet as many people as you can, but at some point, that's 750 people in the institution less than 2.5 minutes from our school. So I think that's a huge turnover compared to full-time living residents at that facility. Thank you.
I just have a question about infrastructure. I was under the impression the infrastructure was already in place to be able to handle a facility of this type. If they were to have to put a facility on a farm, there necessarily wouldn't be infrastructure, and perhaps it would be cost prohibitive in this county to even develop a facility that far out. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else from the public that wishes to comment? Do we have any final presentation from staff?
Mr. Chair, since the principal, Mr. Potter, I believe, has asked twice about communication, this is an operational thing, but if we could get a commitment from the operator to exchange contact information with the principal and hopefully the SRO, I think there's an ability for them to contact each other directly should there be an event So it's not something that I think staff can necessarily impose, but I think it's a goodwill item that I think they should commit to. Unless Ms. Schuler thinks otherwise.
Well, no, I did want to kind of tell you the standard of review here, because I think it could help. Board of County Commissioners shall approve with conditions, or deny the application, furnishing the applicant a written statement of the reasons for any denial. And again, the standard of review is competent, substantial evidence, and there you're looking for expert testimony, facts, and beyond kind of generalized opinions. So I did want to say that there is room there for the board to place conditions on an approval if that is your, if that's where the board would like to go with that.
Thank you, Counselor. Is there any further comment from staff? That was the only, just the communication. Is there any further comment from or presentation by the applicant? No. Applicant rests as well. We want to, at this time, we want to ensure that all the documents and tangible evidence, if any, have been admitted to evidence and are in the hands of the clerk. Madam Clerk? Thank you. County staff agenda materials are automatically admitted into evidence unless there is objection. Seeing none, at this time, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I move staff recommendation.
Second. Discussion. We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. No discussion. No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all. At this time, staff is going to set up for the next presentation, so we're going to take a brief recess. Meeting will now be called back to order. The next item is we were going to do the county administrator's item first for the battalion chiefs.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you know, the battalion chiefs with the International Association of Firefighters certified on May 21st, 2024, and the parties, the county and the IFF Local 2201, have reached a tentative agreement, and the battalion chiefs have voted and approved this agreement. This agreement is being presented today to the Board of County Commissioners for ratification. Before I go into the details, I want to thank our lead negotiation team, as well as the Kristen Brewer. I think she was here, but she had to leave, for her and her team's effort. But we have Mike Zito, our Deputy County Administrator, Dave Johnson, our Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Services District, and then Suzanne Boyle. We also had Benton Wood. And I also would like to thank you all for your input and comments throughout this process. It was a rather lengthy process, but it is exciting. And I think it's good news for the county that we've been able to come to this initial agreement with the battalion chiefs. Just by way of a summary, the key provisions of the agreement that are being provided is one, the agreement does provide for a limitation as it relates to grievance and arbitration merely for demotion or termination of employment. Provides for the 4% retroactive wage adjustment to October 4th, 2024. If you recall, last year the rank and file received 10%, and these members received the 6% consistent with other general employees. It does provide for a regularly scheduled day off every 3 weeks. This is similar to the Kelly days. And then the last, what I would say is it provides for the honor guard incentive. In terms of the costs for the salaries and benefits related to the retroactive wage adjustment, it's $65,507. With that, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff respectfully request the board approve ratification of the collective bargaining agreement between the Indian River County Emergency Service District and Indian River County Firefighters Paramedic Association, Local 2201, the IFF for battalion chiefs, effective October 1st through September 30th, 2025, and authorize the board chair to sign the agreement.
Thank you, County Administrator. Any questions?
Move staff recommendation.
Second. It's a motion by Joe Ehrman, second by myself. Any further discussion from the commissioners? I do want to say that, yes, Kristen Brewer, the president of 2201, had to leave for a time constraint, but did express extreme thanks for the entire team's process, which you have done.
I can't thank them enough because they spent a
worked
lot of hours and days and time working together collaboratively. At one point, we thought we might be at impasse, and both sides got together, recognized what was in the best interest of the public. And so I appreciate both sides, and especially Mike, David, Suzanne for their work, and Benton for his legal guidance.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Anything further from the commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next item, we now will be going to natural resources, item 13F1, which is the Indian River County Stormwater Management Plan.
Thank you.
Still
Good
good morning.
morning, everybody. Kylie Anchula, Natural Resources Director for the record. So Indian River County is increasingly impacted by more intense and prolonged storm events, as well as coastal flooding. So with approximately 2/3 of the county situated within the 100-year floodplain, the need for proactive and resilient stormwater planning is critical. So simultaneously, the county remains committed to meeting water quality requirements under the Central Indian River Lagoon Basin Management Action Plan, or BMAP. So this necessitates a thoughtful balance between flood mitigation and environmental stewardship. So in response to these challenges, the Board of County Commissioners, so you all approved a work order with Environmental Science Associates on March 19th of 2024 to develop a comprehensive stormwater management plan, which provides a strategic framework for assessing the county's stormwater program, particularly focusing on the water quality component and for identifying sustainable funding mechanisms. It also prioritizes capital improvement projects based on a rigorous evaluation of design feasibility, permitting complexity, cost effectiveness, and alignment with regulatory and programmatic objectives. So we are pleased to have ESA here with us today to formally present the plan for the board's consideration. So we have Brian Flynn. He's going to be giving the actual presentation on the stormwater management plan. And then Emily and Catherine are in the audience in the event that there are questions that they need to help answer. So with that, I'm going to pass this on to Brian.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Flynn. I'm the Program Manager for Environmental Restoration Design program at ESA. And we've had the pleasure to work on the Indian River County Stormwater Management Plan over the last year, and just want to give you some of the highlights of that plan here today. We're going to walk through the goals of the Stormwater Management Plan, talk a little bit about the Basin Management Action Plan overview. As Kylie had mentioned, that's the BMAP. We'll walk through the Stormwater Management Plan sections, and then look a little bit deeper at each of the priority areas throughout the county, and then leave you with our recommendations. The goals of the Stormwater Management Plan were to address the BMAP and water quality in the central IRL, minimize flooding in the priority areas, identify funding opportunities, and then recommend strategies for improved stormwater management. This is the process that we went through. We evaluated each of the basin characteristics. We conducted an assessment based on the water quality data that we had on hand, looking at the flooding data that we had on hand, and then identifying strategies from there related to the stormwater management. Those priority areas, we actually got out and had boots on the ground on each one of those locations, looking at not only the data that we had, accumulated in a GIS format on our tablet while we were on site, but also looking at it right after some of the storms last summer and fall. All of that information was input into a matrix that then gave us a ranking for each of the conceptual improvements, and then we used that matrix to base our recommendations going forward. We were also in touch with a number of stakeholders in the area, and actually had face-to-face meetings and really productive conversations related with the city of Vero Beach, the city of Sebastian, and also a lot of the residents in some of these priority areas as well. To talk a little bit about where we stand currently with the Basin Management Action Plan and give an overview of water quality. That Basin Management Action Plan is a framework for water quality restoration, not just in Indian River County, but statewide. The goal is to reduce nitrogen and phosphorus and restore seagrass coverage in the lagoon. Load reductions will have to be met by 2035 for each entity within the watershed. The graph that you see here on the right gives us a metrics of where we stand today. Over or close to 40% of the nitrogen goal has been achieved, and about 30% of the phosphorus goal has been achieved towards the VMAP. Looking a little bit more at how each one of these are being reduced by each entity and stakeholder in the area, Indian River County, like I said, is accounting for over 40% of that goal at this current time, with almost 73,000 pounds reduced. And then the total phosphorus reduced, like I said, is about 30%. And you can see here that Indian River County, again, outside of the regional projects, is the largest contributor to meeting that goal. To look a little closer at each of the priority focus areas, these priority areas were based on flooding complaints to the Stormwater Division, and also knowledge of issues that we've had in the county during storm events going forward. So those were identified. These 9 areas were 90th Avenue, the Rock Ridge neighborhood, College Lane, 37th Street, the county portion of Fellsmere, 4th and 27th near Riviera Lakes, 4th and 8th Street near Pine Tree Park, then Indian River Drive, the county maintained portion of Indian River Drive, and then the lagoon outfalls into the Indian River Lagoon. So the general recommendations for each priority area, you can see here, we took an opportunity to look at not only where we stand right now, but what is going to be coming into those areas in the not too distant future. And primarily it came down to expansion of storage or improvement of conveyance for each one of these areas. Now, how we get there for each one varies just a little bit. And you can see primarily the issues that you see here were related to flooding. So the matrix that we compared all of these project areas on, we came out with a total of 29 different projects based on these 14 ranking criteria that you see here. Each one of these criteria were given a number of points based on their importance, and you can see here it ranged from cost and water quality improvement, which got 20 points, down to alleviating the stormwater flooding and timeline for implementation and providing resiliency, which were assigned 5 points. Also important to note in here that the community rating scale activities were each given 10 points for shoreline protection and also for stormwater management. That community rating score is going to give you benefits to your insurance long-term. So here's our ranked project list. The county-owned ponds are under further evaluation based on some of the vendor-supplied information that we have looking into improve water quality or potentially harvest vegetation. And you can see that those ranked, around 18 or 20 on the scale. The ones that ranked higher were actually closer to the Indian River Lagoon along 37th Street at Royal Palm Place. This included increasing storage and establishing bioswales that would attenuate some of that stormwater before it reached the lagoon and the Indian River Land Trust properties that buffer the lagoon. Continuing along this list, you'll see that some of the other higher ranking projects included 4th and 8th Street, and also the areas immediately along Indian River Drive. So it didn't necessarily mean it had to have a direct connection to the lagoon. 4th and 8th Street is a good bit away, but the area that we're working in there just had a higher loading of nitrogen and phosphorus. So it ranked higher in importance because of its ability to take that out of the system. Looking across the projects, the estimated implementation cost range was from about $10 million to $70 million. If we implemented each of the highest ranked options in each priority area, it would be about $10 million to do one project in each priority area. Some of these are able to stack upon each other and add additional benefits in each one of the priority areas. Some of them are either or. If you decide to do one of those projects, that means that you're deciding, to do that over another option in the matrix as well. To take a look at the number 1 ranked project was at 37th Street. This is in District 5, and like I said, you can see right here immediately across Indian River Boulevard is the Indian River Land Trust property, and then the lagoon is also immediately adjacent. So This is a new pond that is already on the, has not been constructed yet, but it has been permitted at that location with a realignment of Indian River Boulevard and 37th Street intersection. And the total project cost you'll see is at the top of each one of these pages. So this one was $465,000. That's in 2025 money. That is if we were to go and implement that project today. At 90th Avenue, the issue was flooding near the fire station. There's been a lot of other development of hotels and offices in that neighborhood, in that area, and it's kind of created a little bit of an island or a pool effect there near the fire station. And the solution would be to connect those drainage features to the southwest to an existing pond. There would be some easement that would need to be negotiated for a project like this. The Rock Ridge neighborhood is an example that you'll see in some of these where we have a historical neighborhood that then also has several canals contributing to that location. And those two canals in this case go directly to the Indian River Lagoon. So you have flooding not only from rainfall, but also coastal flooding from the lagoon as well. And the proposed improvement here would be to install backflow prevention devices, and this one ranked about number 8 out of the 29. College Lane, again, existing residential area between College Lane and State Road 60 are, is a historical neighborhood. The new development on College Lane has, pushed some stormwater into backflowing into that neighborhood. We would look to connect ditches and other drainage features to improve the conveyance and to existing structures and move this stormwater east to connect to the lateral canal. And you can see here in the bottom picture some of those existing ditch network that would be connected up to those larger lateral canals. In Fellsmere, District 1, again, mostly ditches that need to be connected in a thoughtful manner, not only to work with some of the existing county maintained ditches, but also work with the city's stormwater infrastructure. This project ranked about mid-pack. You do see that there's quite a large cost at $4.7 million, but that's also because you can look at the size of the area that needs to be addressed compared to some of those other smaller project areas.
I have a question on that one.
Yes.
Where are the county maintained ditches in there? Because those all look like Fellsmere Water Control District ditches.
So everything south of the black and white dashed line is the county's responsibility. And
that's not accurate.
I'm sorry. The area south of the red line, that black and white dashed line is the area that we had LiDAR information that was available.
The area south of the red line is, that's Jackberry Groves, correct? The end of Willow Street? That's within the Fellsmere Water Control District and within the city limits of the city of Fellsmere.
Based on the GIS information that we had, we were under the impression that this was all responsibility of the county. Now, if the Fellsmere Water Control District has some portion there, then we,
All of
we
that
can
that
take a
you're
look at
showing
that.
is the Fellsmere Water Control District. And I noticed on the first slide, you did not have a meeting with them or the city of Fellsmere.
We attempted to meet with both of them, yes. And
Right,
we did send them a copy of our draft.
I'm sure they were not as responsive as others. They've gone through a change in leadership. But I'm just concerned because this area that you're calling out, those ditches aren't ours. We don't even maintain all the roads within that area and that's been the problem. That's been the problem with the flooding in that area, in Fellsmere in general, is that the entirety of the city of Fellsmere County and city limits, or that area, is, the drainage is controlled by the Water Control District. And if they're not partnering with us on this, I'm concerned about, A, the cost of that project being accurate, and two, just being able to do anything to affect the drainage situation out there, which has been a huge concern of the residents.
Understood. I think that yes, we had the opportunity to gain input from the Fellsmere Water Control District, we may have been able to revise this. The plan is a living document, and it can be revised going forward as needed. So if we are able to get information and have those meetings in the future, then absolutely that information can be included in this portion revised. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would hope that that would be something that you guys were doing, and we can certainly pick up the phone and call and set up a meeting. I mean, we have all those numbers. And the new city manager at the city of Fellsmere, the executive director of the Fellsmere Water Control District is the old city manager of the city of Fellsmere. And the new city manager has been in place now for about a month with the city of Fellsmere. And I know, Kylie, we went to a presentation where the city of Fellsmere was doing their own stormwater master plan. I don't know how this works, and if you reference that in this, or if that was provided to you, but
It will.
I just have significant concerns about not having any real communication from the Water Control District related to flooding and water and stormwater in this area, which I know they are autonomous, so it's a bit beyond our control, but if you're basing a plan on information that's not accurate, it's very important to that area. We have a lot of community groups out there and input that is bubbling up. I mean, I think we've all been reached out to by residents in the county, in the Fellsmere Water Control District area. So I want to make sure we get that right, especially with some of the proposed development that's going to be happening there in the future.
Understood.
If I may, so in this particular project area, we do have a multitude of different entities that are providing stormwater support. We can certainly go back and look at the maps and verify that we have accurate numbers in terms of what our potential contribution towards a larger scale project would be. So we'd be happy to do that and follow up with the Water Control District and the new city manager.
That would be great, thank you. That's all, sorry.
No, that's all right. On the Riviera Lakes project in District Number 4, there is a partially completed development that you see there in the middle with the stormwater pond that has kind of changed how the flow of water reaches the lateral there along 27th Avenue. It's caused standing water in the road, and the proposed improvement here would be to pitch the roadway and achieve positive flow along the northern and southern boundaries of that new development so that it could reach that canal and then be reconnected to the system. This one again ranked about mid-pack, about number 13 out of 29 of the 29 projects. At 4th Street and 8th Street, the area that you see outlined in orange is a planned development. There are a lot of low-lying homes with mostly swale drainage and limited discharge volume. So discharging into existing ponds, potentially integrating it with the Laurel Springs or the new development would potentially be an option, moving that water to the northeast. We also, in conjunction with this, looked at moving the water further to the south and west of this area as well. But this is the project that ranked the highest based on mostly on the cost of connection to the existing water control feature.
Can I add something? Yeah, this is Pine Tree Park, and it's always been pretty resilient, but it does have some design and flooding issues. I mean, this was a neighborhood that was built in the 60s and 70s. So, you know, the houses are flat on the ground. Any new houses that were built right there, we always have an issue because it has to go higher than the other houses. So water's an issue. It's dirt roads primarily. A lot of other stuff going on there that would need some internal work, but it's definitely one that I'm glad to see on the list. So, but there's just there's a lot of other stuff going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this plan is to provide that 30,000 foot look and show how it all is working together. You know, from this plan moving forward, there'll be detailed analysis and stormwater model at each one of these to be able to further these projects along. And just like you said, we would be, you know, looking at, bringing on different elements online in those situations to be able to really dive into how best to get the water out of this.
Like within the park, there's, you got houses that are joining the dirt roads that have the 12-inch culverts under their driveway that need to be fixed, repaired. It just, I mean, stuff as small as that to major, on the outskirts of it, such as you show here in your diagram, like, curb inlets and stuff like that, and structures that would need to be included.
Absolutely. At Indian River Drive, those county-maintained right-of-ways are north in the Roseland area and then also south of the city of Sebastian. They are immediately adjacent to the Indian River Lagoon and the Sebastian River. Some of the ownership of these structures is still unclear, and there is limited right-of-way at these project areas as well. So we would need to acquire some easements to be able to connect and improve conveyance throughout the system and maintain it. But like I said before, we had a really positive meeting with the city of Sebastian and looking forward to some future collaboration there. This ranked number 6 out of the 29 projects.
So I just want to make a comment on that one too. I'm glad to see this one on the list because it's a area that continues to be a constant problem over the years just because of the way it has developed, and between Old Dixie and Indian River Drive and coming down off that ridge, it's going to take kind of that regional project to address. So I'm happy to see that on there. Again, I have a question about the boundary because the yellow line is the city limits of the city of Sebastian.
That's correct.
So this project is solely within the county?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I also want to mention that on the consent agenda, you probably saw that we do have an active project in design for part of this location. And we did do a change order today to amend that to add a little bit additional water quality to that particular project that Public Works is performing.
Thank you.
And then Indian River Lagoon outfalls, there's numerous locations that stormwater is now, being conveyed directly to the lagoon. And there's potential for water quality improvement retrofits with vortex or screening structures to be able to remove sediment, remove leaf litter and debris, and also improve the water quality prior to that stormwater reaching the lagoon. So this project also ranked very high out of the 29 projects. It is split between both District 1 and District 2 but the project cost is about $750,000. And as I spoke about before, one of the ancillary projects that we looked at was the county-maintained stormwater ponds. There's upwards of 40 existing ponds that could create BMAP nutrient reduction credits. There's two different approaches that we looked at. One was a vendor-supplied floating aquatic mats. That vegetation can be harvested and removed, removing those nutrients from the system. Also, if there's some of these ponds have existing vegetation, they could be, or muck, they could be dredged, or that vegetation could be harvested, removing those nutrients out of the system. But that requires more information as to what the condition of each one of those stormwater ponds is looking at. So some of the limitations we had, looked at the state's BMAP reduction requirement is, disproportionately high. We are looking at avenues to be able to reduce that. I think that there are, like I said, these are 2025 costs, and they are, significant costs to be able to put these projects in the ground. And that's today's costs. We need to get there by, say, 2035. We have another 10 years of cost escalation during that time frame. In some of these locations, land availability is an issue. Either going to have to purchase some property or negotiate some easements in order to be able to put these projects in the ground. And there will be need for funds to apply to new staff, new equipment, to be able to accomplish these goals. And again, one of the other things that was that we noticed was that some of the agricultural lands were classified inaccurately. And that kind of goes back to the BMAP reduction and the amount of credits required. So would want to work on getting those identified accurately. So looking at our recommendations, and this is, kind of in an order of what we would recommend to go with first, would be to obtain survey and GIS database of all the stormwater assets. One of the limitations that we did, or one of the portions of the project that we did was a data gaps analysis early on, looking at what information we had and what information we needed to be able to, adequately assess each one of these sites. And having that information then builds on where you're headed with design and modeling going forward. Creating an asset management system off of that database of information that then the county stormwater division can use to effectively manage those assets going forward. And that includes developing a maintenance schedule on all of those items in that system. We want to maximize the BMAP credits, obviously, so that we're not only addressing flood areas, but also getting water quality credits for those. The priority project areas, as I talked about a little bit before, this is a living document. So these priority areas and these projects, as they get implemented, come off that list, and then the list can be updated with new projects using that same matrix and applying that to ranking additional projects in the future. We recommend investing in additional staff and equipment to perform that maintenance, and then retrofitting those county stormwater ponds with either the vendor supplied item or harvest of vegetation and maintenance going forward. With an accurate view of where we stand on the BMAP, and accounting for some of those agricultural areas that we feel like may have been left out of the equation, would like to lobby for a revision to the required amount of BMAP credits. The county has done a great job of preserving land countywide. However, that land is not really available for use by stormwater for storing and managing that stormwater before it gets to those preserved lands. So establishing a land acquisition fund for stormwater would be another recommendation, so that you can, just like we looked at at 37th Street, you can polish that water before it gets to those buffer areas to the lagoon. And then if funds become constrained on the project going forward, the plan talks about how you would set up and establish a stormwater utility, and how some of the other neighboring municipalities have done it as well. So with that, staff recommend that the commissioners approve the stormwater management plan and authorize staff to proceed with implementation phases and to seek additional funding. And I'll answer any other questions that you all may have.
Commissioners?
We're not approving a stormwater utility today, right? That would be a separate discussion? Okay.
That would absolutely be so.
And I have an overarching concern, and that is developing right along the lagoon. And in reading this master plan, I'm looking at 1.2.3, community rating system, and it says the main objective of the flood ordinance is to minimize the potential for flood damage on future development, thus protecting people and property in the county. And what I'd like staff to consider is not asking us for flood waivers, and I don't even know that you were here at the time, but this was on December 5th, 2023, we were asked, and we voted on this, but not to belabor it, but the lots, I'm going to quote it, lots are proposed approximately 1,000 feet from the banks of the Indian River Lagoon, okay? And then there was a different piece of property for development, same day, same meeting, same agenda. The project is located east of US 1, proposed approximately 1,734 feet from the banks of the Indian River Lagoon. So, you put huge effort into this, and we're going to get to the repeated loss considerations next. It's also on this agenda. But I have this feeling, and we're making this huge investment, time, energy, funding, and what I see from my perspective is doing and undoing. We have to consider just not, or maybe you have to consider, I don't know where the consideration is, but don't even ask for this kind of thing. Really, we're going to be developing within 1,000 feet of the lagoon, but somehow we're going to fix it. We're going to preserve it. We're going to clean it up. We're not going to get there doing that. So, as I said, it's an overarching concern of mine for your consideration, however it gets addressed, and I'm not saying it's your responsibility. It could be interdepartmental, but I would appreciate, a conversation just amongst staff about this. Developing that close to the lagoon, I just don't see how that can be done and without affecting anything. It has no effect. I don't think so. And there is as you know, there is a huge concern amongst the community with overdevelopment and protecting the natural environment. And we saw that in the community outreach we did, for example, for the urban service boundary. That came up number one. That was the number one priority was with regard to development was impact on the natural environment. And that was the number one concern, even more than traffic. So please, I'm just asking for your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I did have one question for the administrator with respect to the $70 million that was mentioned. Not to go out on a limb, sir, but how would you forecast the potential of funding this?
Well, Well, I think there's a couple things. One, that $70 million is the entire plan. It is broken into areas and priorities that are ranked, and I think we would have to do it. You know, it's a large number, but there's also, I think if I recall correctly, a $10.1 million. Was that the number for the highest priority projects? And we might have to do it that way. And the reason why I know the stormwater utility fee was mentioned, but we have held off because we think it's important to better understand what Tallahassee is doing. Because right now we do use general fund and other sources to fund these programs, or so we would want to make sure that we weren't just arbitrarily putting out a stormwater utility fee. I know some people call it a tax, but in this case, I think we need to wait and see. There may be opportunities for grants that exist out there, but I think we have to be strategic and take this report and focus on the high priority areas and projects that would be most impactful early on, and that would have to be programmed into our CIE over a 5-year period.
Yeah, so if I may.
Yes.
So it's staff intent to take this document and then to program projects into the CIE. I do want to mention that there are significant implementation challenges inherent in several of these areas. As Brian mentioned, we have limited right-of-way. We may need to acquire and purchase property to make these actually a reality. So some of these hurdles may ultimately be things that we are unable to go over. So I think that that's going to ultimately impact the total cost of full implementation. So it's really about feasibility.
Right. Thank you. And it's fair to say the top 10, if those were accomplished, what it would save in our staff time, maintenance, upkeep, wear and tear, and last but not least, the enormous amount of phone calls that we get. I guess all 5 of us get these phone calls from the top 10, so that's something to keep in mind as well.
And I also think it's important that the county's taken the step in this direction in terms of establishing a stormwater management plan to give us guidance between not just, because it's not just short term, it can be long, it might be longer than the 5-year CIE. The other thing I do want to mention, and I know I've discussed it with some, but we have already been in discussions with Deputy Secretary Adam Blaylock with FDEP regarding the BMAP, and he has assured us, recognized the county's efforts and assured us once they update their the SWIL model, the commitment that they made previous to going back and looking at those allocations, and that would occur. And he actually encouraged us to participate in that, and we agreed that we would do that. So to the point that that was on the slide about the BBAP discussion, at large, it was Kylie, Eric, and myself, on the phone with Deputy Secretary Blaylock. So we've already undertaken some of that, and we'll continue doing that because that's a big issue for us. I think Eric has a long time ago told us we could do all the things, connect every septic system, and we get pennies on the dollars in terms of BMAP credits.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is a great document to give us a start to what we want to do. Some of the suggestions that Commissioner Lohr's already made and the administrators made and Kylie's made with regards to prioritizing what we need to do, maybe where we need to do it. It's kind of a moving document right now because of funding issues and things of that nature. So I think it's a great document. I support it. I do agree with Commissioner Adams that you need to make sure you're talking to these other entities. I know you talked to the City of Vero Beach, the City of Sebastian, but you need to talk to Fellsmere Water Control District. You need to make sure you talk with David and Ward Gunner at Indian River Farms. I mean, they're big players on where this water's gonna go and how it goes and how it heads out to the lagoon, because in the end, we all want to get our BMAPs in line. I know it's great we're working with the DEP and all that stuff, but we have to get them in line, and that's what we want to do. Stormwater is an issue. I grew up here. stormwater wasn't an issue 20, 30, 40 years ago. We had enough open ground where everything percolated. It went in the canal, it went out in the river, it was not, in the lagoon, it was not an issue. We have more concrete and asphalt on the roads, there's more people here, there's just more issues. If we're gonna keep the lagoon healthy, this is one thing that we have to do, is to work on our stormwater. And eventually, we're going to have to find ways to fund it. There's various ways to do that. We all know. We don't want to say, like right now, a stormwater utility tax, but that, that may be a fair conversation in the future. We're not necessarily today. I think we need to look at all the alternatives first. But it's a real discussion. That we need to have about a lot of things. It's real problems. It's things that we really need to do now and in the future, and the time to get started is now, and figure out, have our plan, have our map, have our ideas, have our thoughts in place, so we're getting the best bang for our buck. We're doing the right projects at the right time, in the right place, and where we're going. We're already doing a lot of good things. It's such a great improvement since our Natural Resource Department took this over, and we got a great staff. So let's just keep the momentum, let's keep it moving, and let's move forward. And I think we can really make a positive change over the next few years, up to the next 10 or 20 years, and I think we can come in line. So, but there's just some real questions, real tasks, real things that we need to really ask ourselves, and as to what we're going to do and what we're going to do. And it's going to take coordination not only between natural resources, but public works, other, or conservation land people. It's going to take all those people to be a part of it. So let's get the conversation started.
Okay. Any further comments?
Mr. Chairman, we need a motion on.
Anybody from the public wish to comment on the stormwater management plan? Microphone. Commissioners.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hammond, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item is item 13H1, Environmental Lands Acquisition Status Update regarding a purchase contract. That's the Durant's Place. It is now. Good afternoon.
Yeah, because I'll drive. You'll drive.
Moving it. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much. We have two items for you today, and with your approval, we'll combine the two as a presentation, as there's no formal action that we're requesting today. Beth Powell, Parks, Recreation, Conservation Director, and Wendy Swindell, Assistant Director. Today, we're going to be reviewing and providing you with some detailed information regarding the Durant's Place and Hale Grove properties. This is a status update regarding the purchase contracts that have been received from both owners. And just quickly, can we advance the slide? Do I have a clicker? Mouse here. Oh, a mouse here. Okay.
And we can
There we
do
go.
that, we can present both, but we'll be voting on them separately.
There's no voting today, so this is just for information, but because of the
Up the road.
detail, we put it
Yes.
under departmental items, so thank you so much.
Oh,
And because they're located adjacent to each other, that's another reason that they're combined. Normally, we would have them separate. I'd like to just, for any of the general public who are not familiar with the environmental land bond referendum, Resolution 2022-016 call for a bond referendum. This allows for the purchase of environmentally sensitive lands that protect water resources, natural areas, wildlife habitat, drinking water, and it also includes the provision for us to provide public access, passive recreation access to these, what will be conservation areas managed through our Conservation Lands Division. We have a $50 million bond referendum, and we've issued the first tranche of $25 million, so that's what we're working with right now. The Environmental Land Acquisition Panel is the panel that we meet with about once a month, and the panel is responsible for reviewing all of the nominated parcels, which can be done through our Environmental Land Acquisition Panel dashboard. It's a very easy and user-friendly application that our GIS division worked on, and it provides updated information, including all of the eventually the appraisals, but initially it includes all of the background information, the parcel IDs, the tax assessed value, et cetera. So all of this information is available and easy for the public to get. Another consideration that we just want to remind everyone about is that the matrix evaluation is what is utilized to score and rank properties. Per the ELAP's recommendation, as well as your approval, these are being done a little bit differently than the first two bond referendums, as they are ranked in tiers. So we have tier 1, 2, and 3. And during the last approval from the board, we were approved to move forward with the tier 1 properties only. So that's just an important caveat to kind of where we're at right now. The other direction that we had from the board was to separate and differentiate the properties that are fee simple versus those that are being purchased for conservation easements. All of the tier 1 properties, including fee simple as well as the easements, are currently being sought after. We're working with the owners on those willing seller parcels, and they are in different stages in terms of the acquisition. I do have a slide and an update toward the end of the presentation if you would like an update on where we're at with all of the properties. But for now, we're going to dive in a little bit to the Durant's Place and to Hale Grove so that you have really good understanding and that the public has an opportunity to hear basically the information that was presented to the ELAP. But again, we're giving everyone the opportunity to be able to see and understand the parcels that are before you today. So we will move straight into, and again, this, the Tier 1 was brought on March 11th for your consideration, and that's what we're moving forward with now. These two areas are within the Tier 1, though they may not have ranked the highest from a point standpoint, but they're residing within the Tier 1 ranking system. And I will turn it over to Wendy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay? There we go. So the first property that we're going to talk about is the Hale Grove property. You can see on this 1943 aerial, as with a lot of Indian River County, this site was a citrus operation from the Hale family for many, many generations. This is a Tier 1 property, and a couple of the reasons that need to be considered as to why it was ranked in that manner was one of the first things that you saw in the resolution was properties that are in proximity and can have beneficial aspects to the lagoon. So this is the roadway that you see on the left is actually primitive US 1, and then to the right you can see where it used to be salt marsh habitat before it was converted into grove. The property includes 4 parcels, and the total size is 21.89 acres. Currently, the site, as you probably know because you drive by there all the time, the building has been removed and the grove is currently fallow. The zoning on the site, one of the parcels is zoned as commercial and the other is zoned as multifamily residential. There is a large conveyance that runs through the site. We're going to give you a little drone shot here. We apologize, it's a little bit quick and fast in certain spots, but here you can see the Entry to the area and where that truck is parked is where the old building used to be, and as you move through the site, you can see the fallow grove area and the large DOT ditch. The area that we're coming up on now was initially nominated as part of the bond, but then was paused because there are some compliance issues there, but you can see how close the site is to the lagoon. And as you shift back and look at the north, you can see some mangrove areas that are associated with that parcel. And then as we move a little bit to the north and the west, you're starting to see the balance of the Hale Grove site. And then we're moving into what is the Durant's Place property. So these sites are contiguous. They were ranked and considered as one nomination because of that fact. And the opportunity was that even though now it is some fallow grove with the DOT ditch, that there is opportunity to create a water quality project if we incorporate the DOT ditch into the site, similar to what we did on Jones's Pier, where you can bring in lagoon water and treat some of that runoff. That ditch that you see actually extends off to the west and terminates at the railroad, where there is another ditch that intercepts it. A little bit about the acquisition process. We have to get 2 appraisals that are completed by DEP-approved appraisers. The value of those appraisals, as you can see in the slide, was $2.125 million and $2.455 million. Based on these appraisals, our consultant worked with the owner and a sale price was agreed upon of $2.54 million. And per the state statute and chapter, we have to advertise these appraisals 30 days prior to a scheduled public meeting. So we are planning on bringing these back to the board for consideration of the purchase agreements on October 7th. The Durant's Place property, very similar, as you can see, more grove, very likely may have been part of the original Hale operation. But what I really wanted to emphasize here is looking at those historic aerials. We use these a lot in restoration work, because if you are going to restore something, obviously you need to look towards what resources were there previously. And that signature that you see on the upper right-hand side, that's all what was high marsh. That is herbaceous salt marsh wetlands, which we're going to talk a little bit about later as to why they're so critical in Indian River County. So this also is a Tier 1 property. It was originally nominated as 2 parcels. You can see the little piece that sticks out on the adjacent to US 1. That is a 1-acre parcel that eventually the owner decided he did not want to include. So the site is part of the citrus operations, and as you can see, there are wetlands on the site which did affect the appraisal of the property. So we're going to take a little view over Durant's, as once again you're coming back from the lagoon, and you can see the upper part of the mangrove area that was associated with that property that was paused by the ELAP for some compliance issues. But just taking a nice aerial view, one of the things I wanted to highlight on this this particular video is the development that's right there. So in absence of acquiring some of these properties, it would be more than likely that these properties would also be developed in some form or fashion. And so by moving forward with this acquisition, we're conserving properties along the lagoon, which is one of the foremost parts of the bond resolution. As you zoom across here, you're seeing this site has a lot more intact areas. You've got more cabbage palm and oak, more uplands on this site, so we would be able to capture those resources into some really unique trail opportunities in addition to creating the wetlands. And then as you can see, that little darker green area, that's the commercial piece that was not included. But as we turn to the south, then once again, you see the DOT ditch and the Hale Grove properties, so they're all contiguous. The Durant's Place purchase, once again, we got 2 appraisals. The original appraisal included a larger area, but as I mentioned, it was reduced by the owner. So the 11.74 acre appraisals came back at $1.23 million and $1.19 million. Both of those appraisals were negotiated with the owner, and a final price was agreed upon as the 1.26, which is the purchase agreement that you're going to be considering on the 10th. And we did public notice this just as we did the Hale property 30 days prior, so this property will also be brought before you again on the 7th for consideration. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight, you can see that lovely view of Jones's Pier to the left. So if this property is acquired, the proposed use would be conservation and passive public recreation, like most of our conservation areas. But as I had mentioned several times, prior to the site being a citrus grove, a lot of that probably was salt marsh at lower elevations and then pine flatwoods and hammock as you moved to the west. So with the DOT ditch there and these community types, I think we have some really unique opportunities to create a mosaic of wetlands and uplands that'll provide a really great recreation and education opportunity for the public. So why do we talk about salt marsh so much in these discussions? I've mentioned in other presentations that most of the salt marsh habitat in Indian River County was converted into mosquito impoundments in the 40s and the 50s. Once you do that and you put those berms in, the only vegetation that's really going to persist is mangroves because really nothing else can tolerate that water depth. So with this site, we have the opportunity to restore herbaceous salt marsh, which is one of our rarest communities in this county. And we also have the opportunity to take the fresh water that's untreated currently going into the lagoon and combine that with some lagoon water. If we're creative enough, we can create a nice pathway of water that'll filter those pollutants from the lagoon water prior to them getting discharged back into the lagoon. One of the most important aspects that's been talked about during this bond is how we can leverage these monies for construction and acquisition. And this site in particular provides a great resiliency option because its proximity to the lagoon. We can create habitat that will be resilient to storms and future events that will be looked at very favorably by agencies that are providing grant funds. So the acquisition summary, the ELAP reviewed these parcels, as Beth mentioned, on September 16th. The ELAP provided support in a unanimous vote of the quorum. Should these parcels be approved on the 7th when we bring them back for the board consideration, there's a 30-day due diligence period for the Durant's parcel and a 60-day due diligence period for the Hale parcel, where we can do all of the assessments related to making sure there aren't any encumbrances or any kind of hazardous materials or anything that would really affect the county's intended use of the properties. And upon completion of those due diligence periods, both of the sale agreements would be brought back to the board for approval of the acquisitions at that point, and then we'd have a closing period after that. As I mentioned earlier, all of our conservation areas, similar to Jones's Pier, we do a ton of environmental education with nature trails. These sites would have an opportunity for creating wetland overlooks, a possible kayak launch. We have been speaking with DOT on several of these nominated parcels where there are surface waters running through them, and they are eager and willing to work with the county on developing cooperative projects where we can treat the water and also provide some attenuation on site, which is helpful so you don't have those giant pulses of fresh water into the lagoon. And with any of our sites, we have the volunteer opportunities and the education. So I just wanted to leave it with the consistency of this project with the environmental bond. It meets the criteria in that it's eliminating the potential for high-density development and proximity to the sensitive habitats of the lagoon. We're creating habitat adjacent to the lagoon for wildlife that would use wetland and upland habitat not currently there. It's basically a blank slate at this point. We have the potential for water quality improvement via the treatment of lagoon waters. And we have a resilient project here that we feel can rank well with a lot of funding opportunities. As you're probably all aware, a lot of the funding is a little bit uncertain at this point due to some of the changes in the laws. And then we have, we feel, a great opportunity to create some unique public access improvements for recreation and education for the county residents. So with that, as Beth mentioned, we do have information if you want to hear about the other Tier 1 properties. I think Commissioner Ehrman was at that meeting, so he's already gotten that briefing on where we are with those. And other than that, we're happy to answer any questions.
It's good information. There's been a lot of work by a lot of people. You know, the dynamic duo, as I've always called them, has been extremely busy putting this information together. GIS has worked really hard to keep it updated. And it's been fascinating. When they talked about a matrix at the beginning, I was a little confused, but I finally figured out how to do it. And then when you put it all together, it seemed to come together fairly well and make sense of how we rated, how the ELAP rated the properties. This is not the only two, obviously. We were looking at others. It's still ongoing, but this is a good start, and I would recommend that you see what they have to say further.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I want to thank our staff for the detail in the presentation. I do have the contracts in front of me, and I do see 60 days on both of the due diligence periods. Is that, did they adjust that?
Yeah, I think they did with the
60 and
final.
30?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to be clear. And then also there was a post-appraisal adjustment that because they carved out that commercial piece, does that affect the appraisal? Do you want to just
Yeah, I can
put that
just.
out for full disclosure and then?
Sure, sure. As I mentioned for the Durant's Place parcel, the original acreage, when you look at the appraisals that are going to be attached to the agenda item for the 7th, will have a 12.78 acre. That includes the 11.7 acres of RM6 and then the 1 acre of the commercial district. The owner decided to pull the commercial district piece. We went back and asked the appraisers to reconcile their appraisals, which they did. And with that reconciliation, there's a separate number for the 11.74 acres, and those are the figures that are in your package.
Anything further?
No, sir?
You know, Mr. Chair, I think it should be comforting for some that we have an opportunity to buy some RS6 and take it off the market.
Yes. Save it in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Whether it's by fee simple or just by rights. So it's here for the future. We heard, we had a young child here in the room earlier. That's for them.
Yeah.
So they can enjoy what we can enjoy. Thank you.
And we do need
For your hard
nominations.
work.
You want to just plug a commercial for, because
Sure.
right now, go ahead, Beth.
Sure. So I'd like to mention that we do this is a moving target. We had drafted last week the next public notice for the next 2 parcels that will be coming to you. Now, the timeline, because of the way that the ELAP meets and then the way that we schedule the board meetings, and again, this meeting today was just to bring you the information so that you have it, the public has it, you have plenty of time to look over the information before we come back to you on October 7th. In the meantime, we had started to draft the public notice for 2 more parcels. One of those is the Jungle Trail parcel that we're all very familiar with, that's located next to Captain Forster. We did receive that signed contract yesterday or today. So again, everything's happening pretty quickly. So that parcel is going to be publicly noticed. That means that the appraisals will now be available to the public, and all the information, pretty much all the information is already available to the public through the dashboard, but what we do is we print a comprehensive binder that's available for viewing by the public or anyone at the IG Center during normal business hours, and that's all included in the public notice. We also got the contract for the Winter Beach 73rd piece. So these are coming in, and you're going to start seeing these public notices. But again, as soon as that we can tee these up to you, we would like, if it's helpful for you, to give you a presentation so that you can ask any questions. There's full transparency. The public can come to the meetings and ask questions, and they can also call us at any time. In addition, receiving nominations is really important. we're hosting a GIS seminar on the dashboard. I believe that's October 8th. We've publicized that. It's on our social media pages. It's on our webpage, et cetera. We're going to allow for in-person or an online opportunity so that people can be literally walked through the process for nomination. We will also take nominations over the phone or in writing. So we've made it as easy as possible. We just ranked nomination periods 2 and 3, or well, not ranked, but we've presented those. The next ELAP meeting, they will be ranked so we can continue to move these properties forward. So, you know, it's not a fixed system. This is now starting to come in, and if anyone ever has questions, we're available to meet with them, talk with them on the phone, or provide any information so that everybody has the most ability to participate in this process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anything further?
Okay.
Now, we're moving on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to County Attorney's Office, too, for walking us through these transactions. They're labor-intensive, and Chris has been with us attending ELAP meetings and traveling this journey with staff, so appreciate that, Jennifer, very much.
Thank you. With that, I'm being requested for a break, so we're going to take a brief recess. No. Meeting will now be called back to order. We're moving on to Public Works, which is item 13, J. Juliet 1, the adoption of the repetitive loss area analysis, better known as the RLAA, to fulfill the community rating for the CRS program requirements.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Public Works Director and Floodplain Administrator, and staff is pleased to present to you the repetitive loss area analysis. This is probably one of the first few initiatives that we are looking into since the adoption of the last round of floodplain management regulations almost 12 years ago. So with me, I have Denise Boning with Coastal. She's our floodplain consultant, and then I also have Carrie Cundiff. She's my right-hand person when it comes to floodplain management. So I'm going to let Denise give you an overview of the repetitive loss area analysis, and then staff will stand for any questions or feedback that the commissioners might have for us.
Thank you.
Denise, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, my name is Denise Boning. I'm a certified floodplain manager. I'm also an associate in the National Flood Insurance Program, and I have been in the floodplain business as well as community rating system program for about 20 years or so. As part of the CRS program that the Indian River County participates in, we are required to meet certain minimum credit criterias. And a community that has 50 or more repetitive loss properties must provide a repetitive loss area analysis report in order to stay in the program, period. And also, in addition to that, if they write the report, they also get additional points for that report. So what we did is, being that Indian River County has quite a large number of repetitive losses, we got the property list from FEMA directly of all the properties that have encountered repetitive losses over the last 5 to 10 years. We take that data and we create areas looking at where these properties are located. We create areas and put them on a GIS map to figure out and analyze why is it that these properties have suffered repetitive losses. So we analyze these areas. Usually it is maybe these homes were built a long, long time ago. They were built below the base flood elevation, or their proximity to a flooding source is too close, and storm surge or other factors could affect their flood losses. Or, as we heard earlier, stormwater drainage is not appropriate for them to protect them, so we need to improve their stormwater drainage program in those areas. So we develop this analysis, and then what we do is we look at specifically why did they flood, what is the reason for the flood, and how can we prevent any future flooding events that these homes will avoid getting flooded again. So we made proposals of or recommendations of what we can do. And that could be anything from elevating the homes, improving stormwater drainage, and things like that. And of course, then we also took into account, well, how are we going to pay for it? And there's certain things that a community can do, from hazard mitigation grants to Elevate Florida was a big one during the storm that we were able to provide for residents. And there's other plans that we can do where you can get grant funding to help these residents mitigate for future losses. And with that, by adopting this plan, we are not only going to review it on an annual basis, but we also look to implement certain programs so that we can prevent the future losses, future flood losses in these neighborhoods or anywhere else for that matter.
I also wanted to point out that right now, Indian River County is a Class 5 CRS rated community, and this is a key part of that rating program. So, favorable consideration by a commissioner would be really helpful.
Okay.
And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I have a question. One of the, I guess, proposed measures that could be taken is property acquisition. So, I'm just wondering, going forward, as you may know, we're involved in these large-scale septic to sewer projects. So, and you might not know now, but please keep it in mind. I mean, if there's an area, say like in Sebastian, that's going to be taken up, it's going to end up being property acquisition, then perhaps it's not necessary to incur the costs of septic to sewer. So I just want to be sure that there's an overlap, that, that everything's being taken into consideration. That might not be your direct concern, but in this case, but it's an indirect concern.
We do consider those things, but what we would love to point out is that these areas of repetitive loss are losses to the structures. And when we purchase properties, there is a great benefit to areas in the floodplain. When we purchase those properties, we can use those as either natural functioning open space or open space. In the stormwater management plan, I'm not sure if he mentioned, I don't remember, but some of these areas, when we purchase them in a floodplain, we can turn them into rain gardens, such as, some proposals that Rockbridge had, or retention areas, or just natural open space, or just open space. So when one doesn't really have to do with the other in this situation, in the repetitive loss situation with the septic to sewer, but if we end up purchasing properties, we can use them to our benefit.
And those would earn you more credit in your CRS program. Anytime you have septic to sewer, you can get credit under the CRS program. Anytime you create more open space, you get more credit under the CRS program.
Your point is duly noted, Commissioner.
Okay. Another question too, and this is more general, and this is very specific, by the way. I read the whole thing, I loved it. Watch out for that, what is it, word check or something? It changes words on you. I think there were a few places that happened in here. I didn't actually make proofreading marks. But I'm thinking of the change in the Florida building codes and FEMA and that kind of thing. So this doesn't have to do with any particular neighborhood. This is a general concern. When you have neighborhoods where you have some new construction, and then the neighbors become the stormwater pond, and I'm sure I've had complaints about that, and probably some of the other commissioners have too. How does that relate to this, I guess, is what I'm asking. It's going to be a repetitive loss, but it's not, an entire neighborhood. It's maybe a smaller area.
You have two things here. You have the Florida Building Code, which has your minimum standards for floodplain ordinance, for floodplain management, which is minimum. Your CRS program is higher standards, and that is regulated under your flood ordinance. So whatever more stringent regulation is the one that applies to your community, and each municipality has their own floodplain ordinance. So, for example, if you have, let's say the town of Indian River Shores, they have a requirement of 2 foot of freeboard. Indian River County, maybe only 1 foot. So that all is distinguishable in each municipality. So you can't necessarily say whatever Florida Building Code says applies generally to all.
I understand what you're saying. I was asking more almost at the block level, because, you get complaints. Well, it's not maybe just one block, but, several blocks. Doctors Row, for example, 16th Street, going out west around 16th Street and, 40th Ave, just around that area generally. So it involves probably 3, 4, maybe 5 blocks.
Are you more asking what happens when?
There's new construction there, okay, on different blocks, okay? There's new construction there. So that's elevated, okay, that's raised, so that the neighbors receive the runoff. Is that a politic enough way to say it? So, that's not the only place, is my point. It's just an example. So this, because of the building codes, and I'm talking only about the county now, not municipalities. I understand there are different rules in different places. But for the county, do we need some kind of policy, or how can we address this?
I
Because
don't think
So
we
one-
can have a policy because it's a state floodplain elevation is set by the state. And then our policy is that you have to contain your stormwater upon your property. You can't flood out your neighbors. So for ones like that were built in 1952 that are down here, and then the new elevation is like 5 feet above or whatever, they're supposed to have a swale that runs down beside there that captures that. Is that accurate?
You're absolutely right. That's what I was going to point out, that, you can have some best management practices while you're doing the construction to basically contain all that runoff on your particular site instead of letting it, go on your neighbors. And one of the ways you can do it is basically, putting some swales around the land. In other cases, you can also put silt fences, and there's some other best management practices that you can do to reduce impacts to your neighbors.
I think, Commissioner Moss, though, where we start getting people with concerns that are reaching out to us is where maybe that has happened and now, everything's permitted, they have their CO, it's a couple years later, and maybe those swales weren't maintained properly, so there is some now encroachment. I'm assuming that's a code enforcement issue.
Yes, ma'am, you're
that would be
correct.
code enforcement. Okay, thank you.
And this does give us the opportunity to make, just like Denise was saying, the opportunity to make some of our requirements a little bit more restrictive, so, the residents or the contractor is paying a little bit more attention to when they're doing construction.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I believe what was pointed out earlier is that municipalities have their own regulations, and then now we have to take into consideration annexation. We have to take into consideration CRS regulations, state regulations. So I don't believe that we can have a general overlay of regulation because we have so many different variables to consider. This is just one aspect. Thank you. Is there anyone from the audience that wishes to speak regarding this matter? Two microphones. Seeing none, commissioners.
Mr. Chair, unless there's other questions, comments, or concerns, I'd be happy to move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Presentation. We'll now move on to attorney's matters, county attorney matters. And we're looking at the authorization to proceed with the foreclosure of code enforcement cases 201-7070-106 Anderson and 201-803
Mr. Chair?
0112.
I think we're missing 14A is the committee vacancy appointments.
Yep, yeah, it did. Turn the page on us.
You got excited.
I was, because this will be
We're seeing the end of the.
an additional
long
one.
day.
Okay. So, yeah, let's just go back to attorney matters, and we're looking at committee assignments.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get
Fair.
started, do you want me to proceed?
Oh, please.
Okay. Before I get started, I did want to say thank you to Christina Moore, who's
Yes.
done a lot of work to advertise and put together all these various vacancies for your consideration for appointment. And I also wanted to give another shout out, and that's to Scott Johnson, who's our webmaster. He plays such a critical role in so many of the things we do here at the county, and I know that he works closely with our office, and he's been working with Christina just to make sure that these committee vacancies are advertised, to keep to update the information on our website. So I did want to acknowledge him because he does such a great job. So if it's agreeable, I think I'll just we have quite a few vacancies on various boards, and so I'll just go through them one by one, and then the board can make their choices. Your first vacancies, we have 2 vacancies on your Agricultural Advisory Committee. This is a 2-year term for each. These are vacancies for an agricultural industry representative and a farm bureau representative. We have 3 applicants here. I will say that in looking through them, I noticed that Mr. Jacob Fojtik. Yes.
Wojtek.
It does work for the Farm Bureau, so I know one of the vacancies is a Farm Bureau representative vacancy. He seems to be the one fit for that. And then the other is an agricultural industry representative, and I know there's 2 applicants listed here. One clearly falls into that category, and another, maybe not his work reflect that he's more interested in agriculture. So if we'd like.
Take these committee by committee? Is that how you want to do them, Mr.?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. We just go committee by committee, so.
So for Ag Advisory, I'd be happy to make a motion for the Farm Bureau representative to be Jake Wojtik and the Ag Industry representative to be Steve DeVos.
Second. So we have for that first position, we have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself. And any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
And the next committee is the Beach and Shores Preservation Advisory Committee, which is it's a 2-year term, and there's 1 vacancy just for a general board appointee.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to nominate Richard L. Harris Jr. Mr. Harris lives over on the beach side, and he's been very active for beach and shore meetings. He's attended most of them, and he's been one of the advocates to try to work with the Sector 7 people, as we know, how that's been ongoing. But he's got a really substantial background in service in this area. They decided that he'd be a good fit.
Yeah, definitely. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Children's Advisory.
Right, we have 1 member-at-large vacancy, which is a 4-year term.
Mr. Chair, I really enjoy the way that CSAC is working right now with our grant subcommittee. They're doing a lot of fantastic work. So I would love, I know there's some members there, but I would love to kind of keep that intact. So I'd like to make a motion to nominate Lindsay Sandberg.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, your next committee is the Community Development Block Grant Citizen Advisory Task Force. There's 2 vacancies. It's a 4-year term, and these 2 vacancies are for low to moderate income level persons. And I will say, we advertise these vacancies this way. We don't go and then run their finances. So, you know, these people that have applied to be a representative on that committee in this income category. So we have 4 different applicants for 2 vacancies.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Amanda Lane and Christopher Roberts. Both have been long-term residents here, and I think have experience that would be of benefit to that advisory task force.
I'll be happy to second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Moss, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
The next board is the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals. There's actually 2 vacancies on that. One is an architect, but we got no architect applicants. We have an engineer vacancy and 2 applicants for that.
Mr. Chair, I'd nominate Jason Short.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Airman. Any further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Off the roll. Congratulations.
And our last vacancy, looks like our last one, is there are 2 vacancies on the Economic Development Council. They're both 4-year terms. One is a member-at-large vacancy, and one is a local agricultural industry representative. And I will say that I know that Christina has mailed out information to all of you, and you've been able to review these applicants yourself. It appears that we have a couple on there that would qualify for the local agricultural industry representative.
All right, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to nominate Jacob Wojtek for one of those positions.
And he would qualify for the local agricultural. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Counselor, did
that seconded or no?
we didn't make a standing rule about being.
We didn't.
No.
I'm just making
Yeah, I
sure
know that. I
remember the
recognize that
conversation.
he's just gotten appointed to another ag.
Right.
It's just that, we did a lot of advertising, and this is who applied.
Well, I did second your motion.
Oh, thank you. Then we could discuss.
I will say that the Ag Advisory Committee doesn't
They don't meet.
very often. It's more of an ad hoc committee at this point. I'm sure we'll probably utilize them in the future when we start talking about some of the ag zoning that we've talked about with the comp plan. But we are going through our economic development study, and there has been a severe lack of ag voices on that committee. So I know Commissioner Flesher, the chair, has made a motion. I also have a motion I'd like to make, but we'll go one at a time.
Okay. Any further
Just wanted
comment?
to make sure that wasn't.
No,
Yeah.
no, and once again, they rarely meet, and
No, I'm good with it.
this committee, we need somebody in that arena who's more than well qualified. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, for
Yes.
the member-at-large position, I would like to nominate Mr. Steve DeVos.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Morse. Any further? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Concludes our committee assignments and appointments. And we'll ensure that they all get the supporting materials so they can begin the process of doing good work for the community.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now we can move on. Had to go back. We almost missed that one moment. Next would be the 14B, which is the authorization to proceed with the foreclosures of the code enforcement cases 201-7070-106 Anderson and 201-803-0112 Anderson. Counselor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney for Indian River County Attorney's Office. I have been asked by Code Enforcement to bring these 2 cases before you. They've already been in front of the Code Enforcement Board and approved. I do have a presentation for you. You will note before I begin, this is the same exact parcel, there just happens to be two different cases on them. So the address is 351 12th Street Southwest, Vero Beach, Florida. This particular code case was opened in July of 2017. On March 18th, 2018, the Code Enforcement Board held a public hearing where the above referenced property, hereinafter subject property, was held to be in violation for multiple different things, including no building permit, vehicle parking storage violation, boat trailer storage violation, junk vehicles violation, illegal vehicle parking in the right-of-way, and junk, trash, and or debris violation. This hearing was noticed via certified mail, returned unclaimed on February 28th, 2018, and posting of the property on March 16th, 2018. Ooh, did I hit the wrong button? I apologize.
Got rid of that one.
Continued history on this case. On August 27, 2018, the Code Enforcement Board conducted a compliance hearing, at which time they deemed the violations were still not complied with, and a order finding violation, issuing a fine of $100 a day was imposed. The subject property to this day remains out of compliance, and it's not a homestead, therefore we are able to foreclose on this particular property. These are some updated photographs that was taken recently by the code enforcement officer. You will see here that the property seems to remain out of compliance. There's still just random kind of junk, trash, and debris, and numerous items piled up around the property. Again, similar issues. You'll see there's stuff there on the bottom left with the blue tarp, just items around. And on the photo on the right-hand side, you see there seems to be kind of a trailer that's got some weeds even growing over in it. And you can see the top of a car hood that's popped open there from an inoperable vehicle. And you can see that same vehicle has no license plate on the back in this photograph, and you'll notice the posting of the property for the hearing that took place in front of the Code Enforcement Board. And a number of different just kind of vehicles, including some more without tags there present. So the Code Enforcement Board issued an order approving to move forward with foreclosure on this property pursuant to the lien. Staff is requesting guidance from this board to see if they would like to move forward with foreclosure on the code enforcement case 2017-070106. And just to note, there was a letter sent out via regular U.S. mail to notify the property owner of this meeting today. We're not required to notice them of this because it's not a hearing, but we do it as a courtesy. So I'm not sure if they're present, but it doesn't look like it. So I would like to take them one by one, so if the board would motion on this one, and then I can go on the next one, I think.
Was the property owner present?
It would appear not, sir. They were not present at the Code Enforcement Board either.
And even though it wasn't required, we ensured that we notify them?
Yes, sir, we did send out a letter via U.S. mail notifying them of today.
Move to foreclose, move approval.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Counselor?
Thank you. The next presentation, it's the same exact property, but for a different violation. This particular case was opened in 2018. You'll see that there's an aerial photograph from January 20th, 2018 from the property, and you can see the violation there. It's a swimming pool. It was built without a permit or has an expired permit, and also for an unmaintained swimming pool violation. This particular case was started and taken in front of the Code Enforcement Board on July 23rd, 2018. The hearing was noticed via certified mail, return receipt unclaimed on July 10th, 2018, and a posting of the property on July 13th, 2018 for the evidentiary hearing. Continued history on this case, you can see the following year photograph from January 25th, 2019. The pool is still there. On September 24th, 2018, the Code Enforcement Board conducted a compliance hearing, at which time it was noted that the order finding violation was not complied with and a $100 per day fine was issued. The subject property remains out of compliance. It is also not homesteaded, therefore the county can foreclose on this particular property. These are just some updated aerial photographs from January 5th of 2025 to demonstrate that yes, the pool in fact is still there. The Code Enforcement Board did issue an order approving moving forward with foreclosure on this property. At this time, staff is requesting guidance from this board, the Board of County Commissioners, whether you desire to move forward with foreclosure on the code enforcement case 2018-030112.
Can I add, what are the fines up to?
I'm not sure. I have code staff here. I did not ask to see what the fines exactly would be, considering the fact that I think we are basing them off of the actual violations and the nature of the violations. In particular, if you look at the pool violation without a permit, it seems to be a little bit grievous.
2018 at $100 a day?
Yes, sir.
I move approval. But I have a question.
The green square is the pool.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm assuming that's what that was.
Okay, but I'll second that.
My question is, these both started in 2017 and 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I was a neighbor, because I get this from people in other areas of the county, why does that process, why has it taken code enforcement so long if they're not getting any response to get to some kind of enforcement perspective?
So I will let code enforcement staff answer that. I get a request from code enforcement staff to move forward on a case, and the only thing our office does is check to see if we can legally move forward or not. But I will let code enforcement staff respond to that particular question.
The code enforcement.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I did inquire about this, and I was just told it's been past history that the county has not been warm to moving forward with foreclosure, but I couldn't agree more. I would be livid if I lived next to this, and it's a hazard to the community. It degrades property values, and I think working with code enforcement, we can come up with a policy that moves for more expeditious, resolution of these matters when people literally snub their noses at their neighbors and the community and the code enforcement proceedings.
And I know this is all new to us. I mean, we've just now in the past, couple of years actually started foreclosing. And I think it's a tool perhaps we should have used in the past, but we are using it now. I was just curious, and I know if they are doing a little bit, they can kind of continue to kind of extend that 30-day a bit, but it seems like these were just not, it's not like they were gaming the system. They just weren't even playing in the system at all.
Right.
So I was just curious.
I mean,
No worries.
you covered it. By way of explanation, it is, that's a lengthy period of time to have that next door to your property. However, the code enforcement procedure is many steps, and which is culminated at the hearing. There's still another opportunity for them to mitigate, and when the fines begin, again, our history, it only goes back maybe 2 years, where we started initiating, let's go forward with the foreclosure. That's a very harsh task to be able to have to flip the switch, so that even then, there may be some sort of notice of appeal, last-minute request. I'm going to turn this whole world around, but again.
Yeah, there's a fine line.
We've had quite a few at the 10-yard line that we had to pull back a little bit. So, I have to say, in all fairness, it would have been nicer if this was actually moved forward a few years ago, if you're the neighbor. But I think every opportunity for fairness and benevolence to the property owner has been given and exhausted.
There is a fine line between voluntary compliance and ignoring compliance. So I'm glad we're here. I was not a ding on, I was just curious what our process was.
And if you're the property owner, you always have that last hope that maybe perhaps something will change. So, but thank you for that. Yes,
I just want to address the board. Patrick Murphy, Chief of Long Range Planning. I took over code enforcement supervision earlier this year, so I'm not really clear on the history or the policy that the board and that the county staff has had moving towards foreclosure. I know taking somebody's property is the last thing you actually want to do, We always seek voluntary enforcement and compliance through code enforcement. We work with the folks to get their properties brought up to speed. But when you get to a certain period of time, and several years go by, and it still has all these violations, and the property still looks the way it does, you want to get this community to have its blight removed and restored and have the community looking good again. So this is something that I'm going to be taking a closer look at as far as older properties that we have that have been issued a notice of finding violation and a code imposing fine recorded, where the fines have gotten to the point where they've gone above the property value, which is the baseline for doing foreclosures, and start to kind of move on these. Give the folks one more chance to clean up. If they don't, we need to take some kind of action. But this is really a sort of a policy-based decision for us to move forward. And what I'm hearing is we need to make sure that we're taking care of our communities. And that's something we're going to be doing, looking a little closer at.
Thank you.
So, sir.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Lease termination for, that's item 14C, lease termination for 8865 91st Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida. Counselor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. This afternoon, I bring to you a proposal for accepting an agreement for a lease termination. I did have a request to add an amendment to this item, and an amendment to add an additional portion to the attached agreement to terminate lease agreement, that should another code violation occur, that the lease be terminated immediately. So I'm going to ask that, I'm not sure if that, and I'm sorry, I don't know who the lady is that just approached the front.
Neither do I. You have to go to the podium if you want to. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
I didn't even know who.
So we are asking that the board approve either the agreement to terminate the lease agreement as it's written, or if the board wants to consider adding an additional verbiage in there about if there should be any subsequent code violations, that it terminate immediately.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Any questions from Commission?
Not at this time.
Ma'am, I see you approach. Are you the subject? Your name and address for the record?
Gina Howard, 8865 91st Avenue.
Welcome.
Just have, my counsel suggested I come, show up here.
Thank you.
I think he put in a letter for an extension, and at this time, to obtain another resident would not be feasible due to the drastic price hikes with today's rentals and with the serious health issues with my daughter. I fear for setbacks or decline, or worse, because of this. I'm concentrating on trying to save her life, not packing and looking for a home that is unattainable for me right now. There's a lot of stress on us. We will be homeless. By the way, originally, you only needed 30 foot of easement of the property that I only bought 6 months when you came domain me, which was my dream home. So we are hurting by staying there. The other than one, what are we hurting by staying there? Other one code violation that was corrected immediately.
So
I just plead for some sympathy.
From my understanding, Ms. Hauer.
Yes, ma'am.
We have I have an agreement here that you signed.
Yes.
And it's dated August 6, 2025, for you to vacate the premises by June 1st
Yes,
of 2025. Is that correct? Sorry, 2026. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am.
through council, yes.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm really concentrating on trying to save my daughter's life right now.
So we're being asked to accept the agreement to vacate, for her to vacate by June 1st of 2026?
Yes, ma'am. And the agreement is attached here too as an agreement to terminate lease. If you all would like to accept the agreement as it's currently written, or if there are any changes or amendments to the agreement that you all would like to see.
Well, I would say, Ms. Howard, good afternoon, but there was discussion about us enforcing this lease termination on 12/31 of 25, just so you know. And I think 6/1 of 26 is more than benevolent. And I don't think we need to go into the details on why we feel it's more than benevolent. So you have until June 1st of 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's 9 months.
Long time.
That should be,
That's a motion.
I'll be happy to second.
okay? It's a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Next item is item 14D Delta, which is the purchase of property for animal control emergency services.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We are here with Chief Johnson asking the board to approve an agreement that was negotiated for the purchase of a piece of property at 6580 69th Street. The initial purpose of the property is to allow for overflow and for us to include the ability to handle more animals, to allow animal control to do their job in a more robust way than they currently can, just due to the nature of the growing county, the growing number of animals and growing number of calls. And the Humane Society is limited, as we are all aware of. The Humane Society, we've had a relationship with them for a long time, and we don't plan on stopping that. But we need to augment the services in order to provide the county with everything that's needed and all the citizens. The good thing about this property is it already has existing structures that we can retrofit much quicker than we could building anything new on any piece of property. And the import of that is we can start accessing those services much quicker and at a much lower cost than putting up a new building. As we all know, construction prices are not going down anytime soon, and they just continue to skyrocket. The retrofit will be much smaller and a much more limited space than we need. And we have negotiated with Humane Society where they're gonna work with us to continue the process as it's going in the foreseeable future until we're ready to get up and running. But then we're also gonna work with them to get as many animals adopted as possible. Another benefit of this site, I know Chief Johnson can speak to this more readily, is it's a large site. And compared to the prices we paid for some other fire station sites recently, it's actually affordable comparatively. This can also be used for future fire stations or anything that emergency services needs. There's enough land there for them to build out for years to come and have a central location for a new fire station. As the county continues to grow, we're gonna need it. And so it's planning in the future, and we're buying land at a much less cost than we would be if we were in 10 years from now and we need to buy another piece of property. It's where we're at, we don't see another option, and I know if you have any questions, Chief Johnson and Mr. Zito can probably answer those as well. But we believe it's the best interest of the county, and I know I've spoken with each of you individually over the past year of trying to find solutions for more space. And this is the quickest, most affordable solution we've been able to find. And as we said, the Humane Society is actually on board. It allows them to pursue their mission at a greater rate and to do what they need to do better for the animals in the community as well. So it seems like a win-win for everybody.
And in addition, again, you mentioned the chief's concerns. Years back, we had talked about something being at Liberty Park. And again, that is a very nice site, but after talking with the chief, understanding the close proximity to Station 11 at this time and the concerns of annexation and expansion in that area, we most certainly will be looking at station in the very near future in order to encapsulate the land with this project is financially beneficial and does reduce the concern of a large land acquisition. So thank you for covering that as well, Chief.
Yes, it's a 2-for-1, so to speak. We get a quicker solution to our animal control problem plus a future station site. So it is a great opportunity.
We have 2 schools nearby, and we have a lot of growth, and those other concerns too of between the annexation and the rest of what's going on even further west. So,
Mr.
good opportunity.
I'd be happy to move approval.
Second.
Well, I'd like to, yes, we have a motion by Commissioner Adams and seconded by Vice Chairman Law. I'd like to see if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak regarding this matter.
Hello, my name is Joan Carlson Radabaugh. Historically, I was executive director of the Humane Society for 27 years. And truly, there is a need for additional facilities in Indian River County with growth. And in addition to that, it's been 20 years since any type of facility was constructed. So that is a given. However, I just want to mention that we can't warehouse animals. That's not going to be the solution to the problem with homeless animals in our community. Right now, people in our community that need services have to go out of county to provide things like spay-neuter or vaccines, that sort of thing, lower income people. So the scenario is when we look at, and I should explain that I worked for the National ASPCA for 9 years as Community Initiative Director, going into communities, working with animal services, humane societies, rescue groups, bringing everybody together to the table to try to come up with good strategic plans that were feasible. And so the scenario that we know is that it is far more cost-effective to provide services directly to the animal-owning community, okay, or also to do simple things like returning animals to their owners in the field instead of warehousing them at the shelter. So the scenario is that I hope that you will, as a body, will look at not only the housing of animals, but also look at what can we do in the community to really effectively reduce the overpopulation problem here. And I think that's a combination of with the nonprofit community, social services, veterinarians, animal control, humane societies, rescue groups, coming together and sitting down so that we don't duplicate services, but also that we come up with solutions that are going to be cost-effective. Thank you.
Joan, thank you for your input,
You're
and I want to thank you for your years of commitment and service. I have fond memories of delivering one of God's creatures inside of a patrol vehicle, and you had open arms, and you addressed the needs of the community. It's something that I think we probably outgrew those days because of growth, expansion, the number of animals that are in here, and with the ecology in mind as well, because there are some environmental concerns.
Absolutely, yeah.
So again, it has grown, but I just wanted to take the time to say thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank
your
you.
statements and your years of service.
Thank you,
And
Joe.
It was great working with
Well,
you.
I hope you will consider doing some sort of a group. There are national samples or models that bring organizations together within communities. And again, it's cost-effective to do this and coming up with solutions that are going to really have impact in the future. Thank you.
You ever think about a volunteer assignment to help staff as they navigate?
I would be
these
happy to do
waters?
that. I'm retired now, so I do have time for that. And I do think this, that like with your animal control officers do a great job. They're really short on resources. So there's ways that we could probably bring people together, maybe even coming up with a volunteer force that could help with this facility.
I believe staff would embrace your tutelage and assistance if you had that time on your hands. We'd appreciate it.
Okay, be glad to help.
Thank you.
Yes, we welcome the offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you all for your time. Hey, great to see you, John. All right, now we're moving right along. We're down a solid waste disposal district.
Mr. Chair, there's...
No, we still have many more to go.
Keep trying to skip around.
I'm trying, 'cause he wants to,
I might, listen,
okay,
I'll be quick. I'll be quick, and I won't be,
Okay.
take it personally.
okay.
Zadi and Danny, okay, there we go.
Commissioner Adams, you want to talk about unmaintained
County
roadways?
roads. You know, after the landfill, unmaintained county roads is my second favorite subject in Indian River County. So I just want to have a brief conversation with my fellow commissioners, and I am not springing this on Addie or Danny. I have talked to them ahead of time. But we have a lot of roads in Indian River County that are, I'm not talking about the private roads, that are public county roads that we do not maintain. There's a ton in VLE, there's a ton down in the Oslo area, out west. Commissioner Moss, I think you even have a few in your district. So what I would like to ask staff if they had the opportunity, can we look at all the unmaintained roads that we have on the list? Can we triage which ones we might be able to just simply add to existing grading routes? Can we look at which ones might need material on them? Because in some areas it's sugar sand. You can't even just start grading them. You would need to put material on them. And can we just get a plan together of how we might start adding these roads to the maintenance list for a couple reasons. One, anecdotally, and I don't keep the data, but just going by what my emails and phone calls, this is about 75 to 80% of the calls that go into Public Works, I think, are about maintaining unmaintained county roads. And nobody likes when you say, well, yeah, it's a county road, but we don't maintain it. That's on you. The community is just not the same as it was. And over the years, you know, we have allowed people to build on these roads because we've accepted certain ones of them as access easements, whether it is Fellsmere Water Control District roads, whether it's roads down in Oslo Park, or even VLE. You know, I'm going to use that as an example because it's in my backyard and I'm familiar with it, but there's a lot of roads in VLE that were essentially, they needed to be mowed, not graded, because nobody lived on them, and they were all grassed over. And now you have 3 or 4 houses that are being built on them, and there's no base there. We're not maintaining them, and from time to time, I think we actually have to pull out the UPS truck, and I think we had to pull out a waste management truck once. I can say that because Republic's in the back and not waste management.
Yeah, that
But
was a sugar sand road.
but it's a sugar sand road, but it's still a county road that people are driving on. But in order to maintain it, we're going to possibly need to put some material down. So I would just like to start the conversation. We've kind of kicked it around for the past couple years without any direction. And what I would like to see is maybe between now and sometime in December, before the first of the year, if we could bring back kind of like a plan that looks at the roads that are county roads that aren't maintained and what it would take to start maintaining them in a phased approach. Like the low-hanging fruit, again, might be the ones that are in good condition that just could be added to an existing grader route without messing up that route. And then there might be ones that are going to need some material or would require a new grader and a new grader route. And that's something that I would like to have so we can start talking about that for next year's budget cycle. Like, I'm not talking about spending millions of dollars tomorrow. I just want us to start a conversation about having a plan to start addressing some of these things. So Road and Bridge can focus on some of the other things that they need to focus on, but two, so, we're being responsive to the constituent complaints that we're getting. And I didn't know if you guys wanted to add anything to that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adi Javed, Public Works Director, and I have Danny with me, the Assistant Public Works Director. This is music to our ears. Any help and resources we can get to undertake some of these additional streets would be a welcoming thing, by the staff and the team members. And we can certainly come up with a plan that would make sense for the residents and also for the commission to consider. Obviously, just like you said, Commissioner Adams, it would have to be a phased approach. Some of the numbers that we are looking into right now is that the overall cost for something like this could be like, somewhere north of maybe even 100 million, just depending on the overall cost. Because a lot of unpaved streets right now even do not meet our county standards. And just to be able to bring those sugar sand-based streets to our county standards, can involve a lot of extra hours from the staff. In addition to that, the bigger thing is stormwater, on these unpaved streets, trying to make sure that as we start grading these, we are also looking into, how to take care of any additional runoff would be a big consideration. Just to give you an example, just in context, like with our paving program right now, our road and bridge team actually goes out there and they fix pipes and ditches and stuff before our contractor goes out and starts paving those streets. So that's the same thing, we would have to look into some of these options as we bring those online with our existing program.
And to be clear, I'm not talking about paving anything.
We
That's
get
a
that.
whole, but just starting to kind of stabilize and add them to some kind of maintenance program, because it's it's upwards of 100 million now if we went out tomorrow and did it, but if we wait another 5 years, it's going to be even more, and then that's 5 years worth of phone calls and headaches.
I think it's a great idea. So it would be an inventory in effect, taking stock of what needs to be addressed.
Danny or Audie, would you guys envision that? That's kind of what
Danny
I'm
Uli,
thinking.
Assistant Public Works Director. Given the time frame, like you said, we can put an inventory together and get you a list of roads, lengths, so you can get an overall total. But I would like to make it clear and very important for the commission to understand that the reason these roads are not maintained currently because they've never been up to a standard. None of these unmaintained roads can we take stabilizer and just dump it on the existing road and start maintaining it. That's part of the problem, and I understand that's why the residents don't understand. There's nothing there to hold up this material. If you take stabilizer and dump it on sugar sand, all you're gonna make is a sugar sand pit. You can dump 6 inches or you can put a foot. It's never gonna hold up. So all these roads they're gonna have to be staked. They're gonna have to stake the road right away and this overall right away for drainage. Because some of them being unmaintained, people have chose to drive through the years wherever it was comfortable and if they felt safe.
Not necessarily in the road.
Exactly. So some of them aren't where they're supposed to be. So it's going to take stake and grade. They're going to have to be undercut to bring good base in to hold up the stabilizer. Then you're going to have to bring the stabilizer in and grade it out. And as Audie mentioned, we are, in certain areas, we're going to have to install new drainage. If there is some existing drainage, as he alluded to, like we do on resurfacing, if we go in to do a road and there's existing drainage, we want to make sure that that drainage is in good shape and it's going to last 10, 12, 15 years. We don't want to go in, even on a dirt road, and have to go 6 months and replace drainage. So there's a lot of things that go into this. I know maintaining an unmaintained road sounds really easy, but there is a lot that goes into it, and it is going to cost.
Is this, I'm thinking of the stormwater plan that we just looked at. Is this, or could this be similar to that, where you identify areas that need work and prioritize? Is that possible? I understand what you're saying, you can't fix everything.
Yes,
But-
that is a good option, and that can certainly be done, yes, ma'am.
So,
I know you weren't seeking a vote on converting all the the streets, alleys, and access ways in Alpine County, but particularly in your district, there is quite a bit of what we call soft roads, or recreated roads, or redesigned in unintended roads. So this is going to be a long-range project.
Yes.
And again, you could recall, we were having a challenge with the access ways by the Water Control District, and they didn't have any funding to do it, and we wound up having to discuss each one of them. I think we did it at the Fellsmere Library, and we had to get involved with correcting a lot of customary woes in the roadways. I think it's rather wide scale. I'm glad we're talking about it, but I think, I guess you're looking for a consensus so staff has this understanding?
So Danny, would you say we would want to do an inventory, do an assessment, identify constraints and opportunities, and then prioritize based on that? Like maybe there's some areas, I know she mentioned VLE, they have existing stormwater swales and a stormwater system, but there's other areas that are very similarly situated, and maybe we just need to, is that what we're talking about here? Is that what you could do by December?
Yes.
Like, what's a reasonable time? I'm not looking to say,
December?
come with some magical plan tomorrow, and I
lot of
recognize that you have a lot of stuff to do, so even just an initial outline or
Yeah,
assessment.
because we have some of this
how we-
probably identified, I know it's not specifically, but with our pavement condition index, if I recall correctly, the roads are already identified if they're, they're county not maintained. Am I wrong in that?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, see, so
some
we've
of that
got
put
some
together
work already
already.
done to
So
this.
I believe December is a good
At least
point
to
to
have-
get to, at least to get you an inventory so we know what you're talking
End
about.
of December,
Okay.
presenting in sometime in the first meeting or so in January.
That's fine. December, yes, of this.
2025? Okay. I'm just.
No,
Just
no,
to
it's
start the
fine.
con-
No,
Because
that
Start
is,
the
I
conversation.
think
that
this
is
is
feasible.
so large scale that we might be comparing this to septic to sewer. As far as the amount of roadways. To
Maybe
get
the
staff to
cost.
assess each one of them.
Don't tell Sean that.
Yeah.
if just, last time I remember when this was brought up, it's probably been but 3 or 4 years. If I remember right, the inventory at that time, there was between 5 and 6 miles just in Vero Lake Estates.
Yes.
There was unmaintained road right-of-way that now there's houses on every one of them.
Yeah, there was like 200 miles countywide or something.
It's a lot.
Commissioner Adams mentioned when there were grass roads. I remember the undercarriage of a patrol car cooking the grass as you were trying to get to another home. There's a stop sign in front of this sandy pile, and that was the road.
When I first started with the county, I remember driving a tractor mowing those roads.
Mowing the roads, yeah.
If only we could still do that.
Yeah, it had a bit different odor, though.
I do remember.
Yes, so we'll be looking at that. And, no, you don't have to include 30-second. You've got that under control, right?
We're working on it. We'll be coming back with an update on that.
Exclude that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Well, he's got a different approach.
Commissioner Adams mentioned something about triaging. What do you mean by that? By the volume of complaints that we get?
No, I mean by the
Necessity.
ease and cost of addressing the issue on that road. So there, for instance, there's already a greater route in Oslo, right?
Right.
So maybe there's a couple of roads that are kind of on the fringe of that, that have the right base, that could be maintained, that would just need to be maybe added to that route, that wouldn't impact, that wouldn't really impact the turnaround time for doing the whole loop. But there's some ones like, way out west of town, like maybe my way, that's gonna require a lot more to figure out what to do with. That's all I meant, by ease of addressing.
I actually have the 3 top roads here in front of me right now. And one is South 85th Street between 104th Court and 106th Avenue. in Vero Lake Estates. We have 106th Avenue, North 85th to 87th Street in Fellsmere. And then we have 12th Street Southwest between 9th Court Southwest and 13th Ave Southwest. All three of those roads are going to need worked on and brought up to spec. There's no way to just put material on them. And as you mentioned about grader routes, everything we have in the county is on a grader route except the unmaintained. But when you look at an overall map, all the roads that we're going to inventory and bring to you are within 2 to 3 blocks of a grader route. So I can understand the residents' frustration with that when you see the grader circling the block but not going down that road. So it's not, it's going to add to our timetable, but it can be done. We just have to put all this work into it to get it to a point where we can do it. And then we could address the grader situation after the fact.
Vice Chair.
I want to thank Mr. Uli recently for responding along with Audie to some concerns. Sometimes we have constituents that are a little more vocal than others. Yeah, believe it or not. Mr. Uli, one question. How do we defend, and I don't know the public school bus routes, but oftentimes, I don't know about the other 4, but we hear about, well, the school bus goes down this, how come it's not in better shape? So how do we as a board defend that?
That is a very good question because we get complaints from the school board when there's trees interfering with the bus routes, when trees are interfering with a sight distance for a bus stop. But to my knowledge, as of now, the complaints you're getting about a school bus goes down that road, we haven't got that from the school district.
Okay.
So where the call is coming from and being initiated, I'm not sure. But the school board is very vocal, and they should be, for the safety of their bus drivers, the buses, and the children, and we are responsive to that. But as far as school buses not being able to get down the road, we haven't got that I'm aware of at this time.
And the same with Amazon and UPS.
And I'm pretty certain we could probably get GIS maps or the shape files, what they call them, from the school district on all their routes and kind of overlay that just so we identify.
That might help in the
We can
December
incorporate
plan.
that too for the December.
And I would like to clarify that you were mentioning waste management and UPS and all that. Indian River County does not remove those vehicles.
No. Right, no, I didn't mean you guys went and did it.
I just wanted to
Somebody
clarify
had
that
to
so
go
there's
do
no.
it.
people
In
are
fact,
getting
it's
phone
probably a
calls.
big truck, a big record that we don't have.
They have been stuck in these roadways, but the county has not removed them.
So Commissioners, I would just ask, I don't know if there needs to be a motion or not. If so, I'm happy to make one.
Just a consensus,
But just a
if
general
that's-
consensus to kind of
whether it's-
start the process with the understanding of the time frame to kind of bring something back, and then we'll see how it moves forward from there.
Sounds like Danny knows exactly what you intended, and sounds like we're gonna get something delivered.
Yes.
Christmas.
Christmas present. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
New Year.
Yeah, we'll see how many people we can make happen.
Did you get it where it had to go?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, as long as,
Okay.
I think,
Everyone?
and they're still smiling, so they're not completely mad at me, so.
He's not saying anything,
He's like,
so.
Saying anything.
Good, okay. Well, we heard from enough that we do have consensus.
I got a few down south, I'm sure.
Thank you, guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pine Tree Park, yeah. All right. Well, now we can move on to item 16, special districts and boards, and we have solid waste disposal district. I see Hamachu's here. Item 16B, Bravo 1, approval of the fiscal year 2026 annual adjustment board request by Atlas Organics, Indian River Sustainability Center, and Bulk Express. And I guess Hamachi didn't know if he was going to have to come down, that somebody was going to make a motion before he got to the podium? You're on.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aman Shumetha, Managing Director of Solid Waste Disposal District. Annually, in a lot of our agreements, we have consumer price index approvals. Apologize, this is kind of the last meeting of this fiscal year that we're bringing this. It should have probably been brought earlier. But we have budgeted for CPI increases on these 3 contracts. And this is just an opportunity to bring this to the board. We do this annually on these contracts, and just requesting board approval for the annual adjustments that's allowed in these contracts. There's a limit on all 3 of them, a max of 3%. And so based on their request, staff supports the approval of the annual adjustments to these contracts.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Airman. As you realize it, I would have initiated a motion, but Chairman can't make motions.
It's okay. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 16B Bravo 2 is the approval of the operation and maintenance of Indian River County landfill agreement with Republic Services of Florida, bid number 2025028. And we have attachments. Mantra, you're up.
Commissioners, so in the Indian River County landfill and our convenience centers, they've been operated and maintained by Republic Services for the last 14, going on 15 years. Next week, the agreements expire, and so staff, working with purchasing and legal, we went through a procurement process, and earlier this year, the SWID board approved both the landfill agreement and the convenience center agreement to Republic Services as the lowest, most qualified vendor and the lowest cost vendor. Since that time, we've basically been in good faith negotiations with Republic Services. One of the things that occurred was during our typical bid packages, there was a termination for convenience of 30 days. That's typical in our procurement packages. However, in our sample agreement, we did not have that. So working with our county attorney's office, there was a period of time going back where the attorneys were working together to discuss that termination for convenience. It has turned into more of an agreement subject to annual appropriations. So that was one of the big items that, and when it came to the landfill and the convenience centers, making sure that we don't just terminate these agreements. These are important agreements for the functioning of our community, right? All the trash and everything that needs to get picked up in our community needs to go to a landfill. And long story short, I'll say that both the attorney's office and Republic Services work together to come up with language that protects both parties. We have, instead of 30-day termination, it's 180 days. And I'll let county attorney, clarify any of that. But basically, in case if in the future budget year we're not able to appropriate funding for operating the landfill, the convenience centers, then we would have this opening to notify Republic Services of 180 days to basically be in discussions about, contract changes or terminations. So that was sort of the main holdup in terms of the negotiations. And what occurred during that time is Republic Services, and staff concurs, recognized that there were some tonnages that we have a private C&D facility across the street that potentially could be recycling more C&D, which is not a bad thing for our community. I think it's a great thing. But one of the things that came in discussions is Republic got concerned about losing tonnages, right? There's a contract that they bid. We didn't guarantee any tonnages. We had an average about 220,000 tons based on 5-year history that we put on there. And again, looking back at the history, last 15 years or even prior to that, we've always operated on a per ton basis. The bid price that Republic had was $18.70, considerably lower than their competitors. And so we went into some discussions about, how do we protect our residents? How do we protect Republic Services, not knowing what what we could expect? Looking at the trends, there are some declining trends in C&D. However, overall, I feel it's a cyclical process. Overall, the tonnages are continuing to increase year after year, but there is a potentiality that the private, vendor across the street could maybe attract more customers, and to that challenge, I feel like with the improvements that we're making with an automated scale and potentially continuing to look at how we can be more competitive, is a direction that I like to continue for us to go into. But again, long story short, there was concerns by Republic Services about declining tonnages. And so, again, good faith negotiations between both parties. What we've come up to in this agreement is a 10% basically margin up or down, where if the tonnages get reduced, we, the county and our residents are potentially could have saved some money because there's less tons going in the landfill. However, we would still make Republic basically whole. It would be a flat sort of a fixed base contract on tonnages. However, the other 10% works in our favor as well. Whereas if the tonnages are higher, we would not pay Republic Services anymore. And that's, again, a 10% margin. We're looking at 220,000 tons is kind of where our margin was. I project at the end of this year, we're probably going to be over that. We're going to probably be around 232,000 tons. So I don't see a trend of declining. But we basically set the bar at 220,000 tons. And it protects us up to 10% higher is about 242,000 tons. So anything between 220 and 242, we would not pay Republic Services any additional money. And however, if they're concerned that if the tonnages go down, like if we were going down all the way to 198,000 tons total for the year, which I would say we haven't experienced in the last 4 to 5 years. Probably 5 years ago, total tons in the landfill were like around 192,000 tons. So we're looking at the growth, looking at more building, development, so on and so forth going on. I don't see us going to total tonnages that are from 5 years ago. As sort of the cyclical nature, as the construction sort of booms, then it'll start to decline, but now people are living in those and their garbage, the amount of garbage that they're producing goes up. So you'll see the construction material go down, but then you'll see the garbage tonnages going up. So again, I feel like given that we were so close to the end of the contract, there was a possibility that we could extend the contract for a year, go back out to bid. Again, looking at the other competitions that we had, we were concerned that overall we've got a trim notice that's already out. Budgets have been set. Trying to go back out to bid at this stage and risk the potential an additional $5 million, $3 million increases that we've seen other vendors provide. It wasn't a risk that we as staff wanted to take and wanted to, basically, again, we feel we have an agreement with Republic Services that does protect our residents in terms of the tonnages, going up, and at the same time protects them if the tonnages go down. So long story short, that's the agreement we have negotiated with Republic Services. Staff supports it. We recommend approval. We have a lot to do in this new contract in terms of a lot of capital improvements at the landfill, a lot of capital improvements at the convenience centers, which I think are going to be overall benefit to our community. And so we continue to support this agreement with Republic Services. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Everybody's got their own microphone?
I don't have any questions, but I would be happy to move approval.
Second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you. Support.
Thank you very much. Well, that about covers everything on the agenda, but if there's anybody, member of the public, that wishes to come to the podium and speak about anything, even if it wasn't on the agenda, now's your opportunity. Seeing none, and seeing no further business for the greater good, this meeting's adjourned.